Good evening. I'm Councillor Dave Burke, Chair for this 10th meeting of the year, committee of the whole meeting. Calling to order at 5:32. Please note that this meeting is broadcast live and recorded. We will be dealing with some planning applications, which is why you are all here. We will proceed through them step by step. There is a procedure and protocol to that. And you will be given a chance to see that the letters of concern or support have been received, and that there will be an opportunity to speak. But as I say, we go by a prescribed process. So first thing, if I can ask the Deputy Mayor, please, to move the adoption of the minutes.
Myself and the agenda for the committee of the whole meeting of August 6, 2024 be adopted as presented.
Thank you. Any questions? Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. And then the usual notice of disclosure of pecuniary interest and conflict of interest and general nature thereof. Thank you. Councillor McRae.
I don't see a conflict of interest in me receiving the report from the table, but item 10.6, miscellaneous grants, because I'm volunteer fundraiser for the table for sustainable food and hope to continue in that role, I would declare a conflict of interest.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? And the usual reminder that you can, at any point in the process, declare conflict. So we move on to the actual public meeting part of this meeting. There will be three separate discussions. As I say, I have to go through a protocol for each one. So this is a public meeting. It's being held in accordance with Section 34 of the Planning Act, RSO 1990. CP13 as amended to discuss the zoning bylaw amendment application number ZBL 03/2024 from Debut Properties Incorporated for the property located at lot 16 and part of lots 15 and 17 south side of Brock Street and part lots 15, 16 and 17 north side of Cockburn Street and part of Owen Street, plan 8828 land, in relation to amending the existing zoning bylaw 3358 and to provide the public with an opportunity to submit comments. The purpose and intent of the zoning bylaw amendment is to zoning of the property from R4, which is residential fourth density, to R4H, which is residential fourth density whole. The effect of this amendment is to place a hold on development until servicing, mitigating adverse effects from a Class 3 industrial building, on-site adjacent contamination and construction of a municipal road can be completed to the satisfaction of the town. In addition, a site plan control agreement shall be prepared for the vacant lots prior to the issuance of a building permit. Should anyone from the public wish to be notified of the petitions regarding this project, please sign the sign-in sheet provided. It says at the back, but I'm not sure it is. It's actually at the front. Yeah. I would ask staff to confirm that the public notice of this public meeting has been given as required under the Planning Act.
Yes, it has.
Thank you. We will first hear from Lisa Dalla Rosa, planning consultant for the town of Perth, who will present her planning report, and council members may ask questions. Following this, the applicant or representative will be given the opportunity to present any comments regarding the application. I will now turn the meeting over to Lisa Dalla Rosa, planning consultant for the town of Perth, to review her planning report. Good evening.
Good evening, and thank you very much, Councillor, as well as committee members. I do have a presentation that I can take you through if you would like me to. I can share my screen. Someone else is sharing though, so.
Go ahead when you're ready, Lisa.
Confirming you guys can see my screen.
No.
See your face. See your face.
Sorry, I don't know if I cut out, but I don't know if you guys can see the screen or not.
We can't see it yet, Lisa.
No.
You just see your face.
We can see it now.
We have it now.
Perfect. Thank you for that. So, as mentioned, my name is Lisa Della Rosa and I'm a planner with FOTEN. And on behalf of the town of Perth, we reviewed the request to amend the zoning bylaw to apply a holding provision. I myself am very familiar with this property at Brock and Provost Street, having worked on the previous severance application. So the subject lands are designated residential.
To adjust your mic any closer.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can try.
We have it maxed in here, it's a little hard to hear.
No, I'll just speak a little louder. Is that better? Perfect. So the subject lands are designated residential and environmental protection under the Town of Perth's official plan. And the Town of Perth zoning bylaw designates the lands residential fourth density and environmental protection. The property is vacant and currently does not have frontage on a maintained public road. So the surrounding uses include residential to the northwest, open space to the south, and industrial to the east. So a consent application was granted earlier this year for the purpose of creating a lot to support future development. The consent approval was provisional, and the applicant is in the process of satisfying the 13 conditions to complete the severance. This requested zoning bylaw amendment for a holding zone stems from this conditional severance approval. The applicant has chosen to request a holding zone to address the conditions 5 through 8 while they continue to finalize the details related to servicing, mitigating any adverse effects, contamination, and the frontage requirements. A zoning amendment is required to implement that holding suffix, and that's what's in front of you today. The request is to apply to the residentially zoned portion of the subject property. The recommendation is to rezone it from residential fourth density to residential fourth density with a holding provision for the lands. If the holding provision is applied, development is limited to the use that are in existence today, and a bylaw to remove the holding provision would only be passed once the municipal water, sanitary sewer, stormwater systems are secured for the property. Any adverse effects to the future users of the affected land or adjacent industrial uses are mitigated and minimized. Contamination has been addressed and, if necessary, remediated. The lands would have to have public road frontage with year-round maintenance, and a site plan control agreement is needed to be prepared. So, having considered the planning policy and framework and the comments received from the public, the holding zone being requested is appropriate. The direction of the Planning Act, Provincial Policy Statement, Lanark County Sustainable Official Plan, Town of Perth's Official Plan, and Zoning Bylaw all support this zoning amendment and approach to the severance conditions. So before I conclude, I did want to highlight an oversight in the bylaw that was prepared in the documents that were posted on for the agenda. The item requiring a preparation of site plan agreement prior to the holding being lifted was omitted from the proposed bylaw. It was discussed in the main body of the report on page 7. So my recommendation is, prior to this being considered by council, a correction should be made on page 13 to add that add E, which is outlined on the screen, that a site plan control agreement is prepared and agreed to by entered into by the owner on the affected lands. So with that, I'm going to thank you, and I can answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from council? Great.
I have a couple. First is, how long has this actual application been going on?
I know when I was retained, but I'm not sure when the original severance application or the holding, because this is a holding bylaw application. Do you want the holding bylaw request or the original severance?
The original severance.
I'm losing their internet.
It looks like discussions with staff started in 2019. I think the zoning might have been 2020, or sorry. The severance was 21.
And my second question is, moving forward with these conditions to complete the severance, because it's in the holding pattern right now, correct? What is the what is the thought of timelines in terms of that? Do we actually feel that the group that is wanting to bring this development forward will be able to meet those conditions to complete the severance? Or what kind of feedback are we receiving from that at this point in time?
I believe that the applicant's actually here in the audience, so they might be able to better answer their sort of timeline questions to meet the conditions, but so the passing of the zoning bylaw will meet conditions 5 to 8. The other conditions I did highlight in the presentations, and we have been working with the client for the severance part. So the first 4 relate to registration. So the first 3 relate to the registration of a reference plan, which has been done. 4 is outstanding payment, any outstanding fees and taxes due to the town to be paid, which we've received confirmation that has been done. The environmental impact study is another requirement, and that has already been provided. The parkland dedication is being currently worked out with the town. The Rideau Valley Conservation Authority has given their approval for the severance, and the last remaining thing is a letter from the town to the county that all the conditions have been met. So with the passing of this holding bylaw will be and the finalization of the parkland, we'll be in a position to provide the severance approval. The holding to come off will require more details through the site plan process, which hasn't been started yet. There's been as far as I'm aware, there hasn't been a site plan application submitted yet.
Thank you.
Any other questions of council? Seeing none, does the applicant have a representative have any comments to make at this present time? If you're waiting to make an answer, Councillor McRae's question.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay? Great. Tracy Zander from Zander Plan. I have a brief presentation which might try to find some things for Councillor McRae. So the end goal of this project is to build an apartment building, which would primarily be bachelor and one-bedroom units. And then there's a real shortage of housing units in the town. So building some small housing units, particularly in close proximity to Algonquin College, is the goal on this site. As you saw from your planner's presentation, the property is already in an R4 zone, so that zone permits apartment units. As Joanna said, the project began, I started this project early in 2019 with discussions with town staff, looking at options to put residential on this site. The severance application was filed in 2021. It was not approved by the Land Division Committee until just this past winter in 2024, so it's taken us quite a while to get to this point. A portion of the site has some contaminant on it associated with a former landfill. That's on the north side of Broad Street. There's been a lot of analysis and cleanup done on this site. on the part of the property that's gonna have residential development. And part of the site that has the most contamination will remain untouched. So the purpose of the severance is to separate the contaminated part of the site from the clean part of the site. So the severance is required in order to complete that separation. Once separated, the clean part of the site can proceed to get a record of site condition from the Ministry of Environment, and then a client can proceed to develop. So finishing the severance is critical to the record of site condition and the funding that allows this housing to finally go ahead. So the intent of the severance application is just the division of land to create those two parcels. As the planners have said, a number of the studies have been done over the years: environmental impact study, traffic noise, land use compatibility, environmental site assessment, extensive discussions with the conservation authority, topographic surveys. All of those things were done and led to the land division conditional approval in March of 24. And then it was determined in discussions with staff that the best way to kind of control development on the several and retained lots was this holding provision that council has before them this evening. So the development can proceed on the several or the retained parcels until the conditions that you saw in the staff report are cleared and the holding provision is lifted. So that comes back to council in the future to lift the hold. But the purpose of the holding provision is to satisfy those conditions and allow the severance to be registered. So essentially, it's putting restrictions on the severed and retained lots, and allowing the severance to be finished so that the record of site condition and everything can happen. And the developer is well aware he has to deal with demonstrating frontage and servicing and site cleanup and all of those things, and the site plan control application as your staff said. So the implementation of this holding provision tonight, I guess at a future council meeting will pass the bylaw, and that will satisfy those conditions. And basically put some of these more onerous tasks into the future, and then the severance can be completed. And I think the staff report is written in the draft bylaws written in such a way that the developer of the property can lift the holding provision, either the separate lot or the retained lot or both, if when they want to develop. So if somebody wanted to do something on contaminated parcel in the future, there's a process to get there, wait for the cleanup or whatever, and come back to council and let the whole. But it's written that it could apply to the separate or the retained, sorry, it could be lifted on the separate or retained lot in the future as development proceeds. So yeah, the holding provision doesn't permit any development tonight. In fact, it restricts development, but it's critical to allow the settlements to proceed, so my client can proceed. I do have one question if I'm allowed, but hopefully that answers some of the questions. I just noted in the bylaw that's drafted, it references an R4-24-H zone. Usually we would just see R4-H, so the R4 zone with a holding provision, and I'm wondering what the 24 is. Because that usually implies some site specific provisions, so I don't know if the planner, as you sort of join, why that's there. Thank you.
Yes, anybody? Mr. Rosen, you have an answer to that?
So the suggest is it is a site specific, just because the holding, we wanted to outline what those holding requirements are within a zone without having to go back to look for a staff report.
Thank you for answering that.
Thank you.
Sure.
So just to clarify in my mind, there's been lots of to and fro with a particular piece of property. So there's a part where the old medical site is to be, and then there's the part where the apartment building is to be built. Which of those two parts is being severed?
I'm through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, we probably should have named them the opposite way, but it's the contaminated part, the north part of the site that is being severed. So it's the part closest to Brock Street. I don't know if staff have our severance sketch at all, but the retained parcel, which is the southern parcel, is the part that has been cleaned up and would have the future residential on it. The severed lot is the contaminated parcel.
So the part where the apartment building is going to be built, there's several old conditions on it.
Correct.
So that applies to that part. not to the Heritage Park.
My understanding is the holding provision would apply to both the severed and the retained. So I would suggest it would cost quite a bit of money to develop the severed parcel that has the contaminant on it, but the opportunity is still there. So they want us to do something in the future, it's not completely restricted. So the holding would apply to both the severed and retained.
Thank you.
Yes.
Councillor Law.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tracy, just a thought with respect to the property that, the part of the parcel that's being severed, or the application presents, which is the contaminated parcel. Is it in good enough condition right now? For example, if the developer wanted to put in park benches or walking trails or a soccer field, I mean, is it usable, or would there be further remediation to be done to allow something like that? It's just a thought.
Through Mr. Chair, I love the question, and I think my client would love an opportunity to discuss. It's not a huge piece of property, so I think it's about an acre. It's a long rectangle. I have floated the idea of parking associated with Algonquin College even, or a bit of park space. So I think there's some potential land uses that aren't residential, you know, that wouldn't necessarily trigger a huge cleanup that could be considered, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Alrosa, can you please advise if any written comments have been received since the publishing of this meeting agenda?
I'm not sure if anything came in today. Last time I spoke with the town staff, we had received some written comments which were addressed, and you can see that in the report, but I'm not sure if anything has come in since then.
Yes, we did have one come in today. It was a request just to be notified of the decision.
Thank you. As there has been, as described, some communication, written communication, Mayor Brown, you have a recommendation.
So it's recommended by the committee of the whole, be it resolved that the council of the town of Perth, one, direct staff to prepare a zoning bylaw amendment with a holding for approval of application ZBL -03 2024. Which is Brock Street, Provo Street, Tavian Properties Incorporated. And number two, direct staff to continue to work with the developer to resolve the remainder of the consent conditions as approved by the Land Division Committee of Leonard County in LDC file number B21/079.
Afraid, Your Worship, after all that work, we just realised that you jumped ahead on that one. And it's a different recommendation. We could bring that up, please. Okay. Shall I leave it? Probably, I'll leave it out. I have it. And it's moved by you to hopefully, as recommended by the committee of the whole, be it resolved that the council of the town of Perth receive all written comments from the public presented at the public meeting held on August 6, 2024 regarding zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 03/2024 submitted by Dayview Properties Incorporated for property located at lot 16 and parts of lot 15 and 17 south side of Brock Street and part of lots 15, 16 and 17 north side of Cochran Street and part of Owen Street, plan 8828 Lanark. You happy to approve that? Question? Okay, any comments? No, I'll pull the question on that. Those in favour? And that's unanimous. Thank you. Now, say, are there any members of the public in attendance wishing to speak in favour or against the application? If so, please state your name and address. I'll take you one at a time. And the first hand was the gentleman right at the back there.
Yeah, I live on.
You come up with the mic if you could, please.
Okay. We can't hear many of the people talking back here in the town a little longer. I hope I don't. Okay, we have a new bill, we started come in a number a few years ago. And can you just speak up in the mic? You really want to speak.
Fair, how's that? That's,
Yeah, for the record, now you're on the mic, could you give your name and address, please?
my name is Robert Newby on 26 Broad Street North.
Thank you.
And, we've had some issues with the sewage backing up. And one was the fact that it was originally built incorrectly, but it was accepted and passed by the town, whoever it was, the inspector. And we've had a number of issues to go with it after that, and we've spent $90,000 plus trying to remedy this. It wasn't always remedied nicely. We still have an engineer to check it up from the last time we had something done, and then it would be brought into the city as, or the town, as it's supposed to be. But it's a problem. We are the only ones who've had some backup. Now, I understand that the storm sewer and the sewage sewer are the same sewer. And we only have the backups when we've had a bloody monsoon. So is there going to be some separation of the city sewage and the storm sewage when they do this buildup? Because it's going to be even a lot worse with more people on the line. And I think you can see that there's probably other areas in town that face things like this. They still have a sewage lagoon system where we get a huge bunch of people here. That's another issue. I'm sure you have to deal with. I don't, but I'm sure that's the case. Is there any idea that these are going to be separated, the storm sewer and the sewage sewer?
Thank you. I'm going to that's answerable right now. Put it over to you, Mr. Rosa.
At this point, we haven't received any detailed sort of engineering plans to understand what proposed solution they have for servicing this site. They do have a road extension as well to build, and that's part of the holding zone is to require the applicant to figure that out, submits a design to the town for their consideration and approval before moving forward with that work. So my suggestion is, if this is something, I'm assuming that the town is well aware of this concern, that it's brought forward so it can be looked at as part of this project.
Are you playing bingo?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Manager? No, I understand, and thank you for bringing it
Very
forward.
essential, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's on the radar now. Thank you. Well, Councillor McRae.
When I asked about the conditions to complete the severance, one of them is the town's director of development services is satisfied that the owner has installed municipal water, sewage, and stormwater. That's one of the conditions. It's right in the document.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Next gentleman. Same procedure, please, as close to the mic as you can, and your name and address.
Okay, my name is Steve Cowie. I'm at 30 Rock Street North. I have a couple of questions. One on is only going from R4 to R4H. When it's off the holding pattern, are we going to get a letter saying so? When the conditions are met, they're going to let the age. So are we going to get a letter like we've gotten here?
Yes, there will be a bylaw that would have to be passed. So through the town's process of passing a bylaw, it would be notification.
Okay, thank you. Second question, I did have some concerns. I did get to Joanna Bowles. I don't know if you got them or not, Lisa, because your name is on this, on the written concerns that I had.
I received I did receive concerns, but the names were blocked out, so I can't necessarily say it was you that submitted the questions that I responded to. The only comments I received were the ones, if you look at the city's report, there is a page that addresses comments that had come in. I believe it's part of the package. So if those are your questions, and then I did, if they're not, then I did not receive them.
Okay, then I'm confused because your name is on this and I had 7 concerns. And it was dated July 18th.
Yes, she did request that, but she did receive them.
Oh, she did? Okay. Well, she said that she didn't know she had received them or not. Anyway.
I didn't receive them with a name on it. That's all. So I
Okay.
received questions, but I didn't know who specifically had sent them.
Because, well, Joanna Bowles would have received them, right?
Yes, I
Right.
just asked Director Bowes to come up if you could just.
Yeah, yes, we did receive them. I sent them to Lisa and she responded and I forwarded those responses back to you.
Good. And my final question is, one of the concerns that I mentioned was blasting. Now, my understanding is that this apartment building is going to be 54 units, is that correct? It's 54, okay. My other question is, I was told that they're gonna try to minimize the blasting as much as they can, because they want to put a concrete pad on the bottom of it. And I'm wondering, how is that possible with all that weight in the 54 units? The only thing I can think of, you can't put a foundation there, because it's in a borderline flood zone. So it can't be just put in just the way it is now, it would have to be some earth or something, and have the apartment building would have to be put up on the hill somewhere, like on the hill, so it's above the flood zone. So, I know that you haven't got to that stage yet, but that's something to consider when you get to the construction phase. And I'm guessing that if you, when you get there, I'll probably be getting a letter anyway, so. Anyway, those are my concerns for now, thank you.
Thank you. The written and the oral comments are part of the public record now, and therefore will receive consideration. If there's anyone on the line that has any questions? No, nothing heard. As we've had oral comments, there's a motion for you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I'm not sure whether you have it in front of you. I could read it out and then you could say you agree with that.
Moved by myself, as recommended by committee of the whole, be resolved that Council Town of Perth receive all oral comments from the public presented at the public meeting held on August 6, 2024, regarding zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 03-2024, submitted by TV Properties Incorporated for property located at lot 16 and parts of lots 15 and 17, south side of Fox Street, and part of lots 15, 16, 17, north side of Cockman Street, and part of Irving Street, plan 8828 Lanner.
Thank you. If no further questions, I'll call the question. Council, those in favour? That, worship? In favour?
Sorry?
Are you in favour of receiving? Thank you very much. That's unanimous. That part being concluded, Councillor Waterfield, you have the recommendation, the overall.
Moved by myself as recommended by the committee of the whole, be it resolved that the council of the town of Perth, number 1, direct staff to prepare a zoning bylaw amendment with a holding for approval of application ZBL 03-2024 Broad Street, Provo Street, Tayview Properties Inc. 2, direct staff to continue to work with the developer to resolve the remainder of the consent conditions as approved by Land Division Committee of Lanark County and LDC file number P21/079.
Any questions on that? Councillor Gray.
Chair, under section 1-1-3.2 of the Prudential Policy Statement, it mentions numerous times greater intensification of the site could be accommodated. And I'm just wondering if Lanark County Housing Corporation considered any other options.
If you can answer that.
Through the chair, I'm not sure that that is for this application, that's a different developer.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. But we're talking about Lander County Housing Corporation.
With respect, I don't think we're on that one yet.
Okay, we're on 20 Robinson Street.
No, we're on Rock and Provo.
Okay, my apologies, I'm ahead of the game here. I'm racing us through this.
Thank you. Does anyone have any final comments as we draw that particular matter to its conclusion this evening? Thank you. Thank you.
We need to vote. Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah. I'll call the question. Council, those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you. Moving on, we have a separate, but another public meeting being held in accordance with section 34 of the Planning Act, RSO 1990, CB 10.13, as amended, to discuss zoning bylaw amendment application ZBL 04-2024 from the Lander County Housing Corporation for property municipally known as 20 Robinson Street, in relation to amending the existing zoning bylaw 3358 and to provide the public with an opportunity to submit comments. The purpose and intent of the proposed amendment to the zoning bylaw is to change the zoning of the property from a site-specific residential fourth density, that is R4-20, to a new site-specific residential third density, R3-X zone. The effect of the amendment is to enable the development of the land to accommodate 3 dwellings, tiny homes, intended for affordable housing. 3 ground-mounted solar installations, as well as a garden are proposed as part of the development. Site-specific relief is required to recognize multiple dwellings on the property, to permit a reduced parking ratio of 1.25 spaces per unit, and to permit the solar structures as proposed. Should anyone from the public wish to be notified of the decisions regarding this project, please sign the sign-in sheet provided. I would ask if staff confirm that the public notice of this public meeting has been given as required under the Planning Act.
Sorry, we're trying to do something at the same time. Yes, notice has been given in accordance with the Planning Act.
Thank you. We will first hear from Nancy Wardman, the planning consultant for the town of Perth, who will present her planning report. Following this, council will have an opportunity to ask questions of staff. I'll now turn the meeting over to Nancy Wardman to review the staff planning report.
Good evening, my name is Nancy Wortman and I'm a registered professional planner with Arcadis, and I'm providing support to the town's planning department on an interim basis. So the subject property is located on Robinson Street and has an area of approximately 1,424 square meters and 47 meters of frontage on Robinson Street. The lands are currently vacant and were severed from the adjacent land, municipally added with 20 Robinson Street by the county in 2023. Next slide. The property is designated residential in the town of Perth's official plan, and the town of Perth zoning bylaw zones land residential fourth density exception 19. The site-specific zoning reflects the immediately adjacent lands to the west, from which the lands were recently severed. Next slide. The applicant is proposing to develop a site to accommodate 3 dwellings or tiny homes intended for affordable housing on the property. 3 ground-mounted solar installations as well as a garden are proposed as part of the development as seen in the site plan on the screen. This is a rendering provided by the designer of the project, showing the front facade as well as the floor plan. Next slide, please. So to give some context, the proposed development has received funding from the Federation of Canadian Municipalities Green Municipal Fund, and currently 2 homes have been funded and are built awaiting installation. The development will be carbon negative through the use of select building materials and solar generation on the property. The tiny homes will be part of the county's social housing portfolio and will be rented and managed in accordance with associated policies and procedures. In order for them to be installed on site and for building permits to be issued, the site must comply with zoning. Therefore, a recommendation from staff is proposed to be presented the same night, provided there are no unaddressed public concerns at the conclusion of the public meeting, to ensure that the units can be installed in a timely manner moving forward. It is noted that staff had expressed concern about the efficient utilization of the property as required by the provincial policy statement. The subject property is currently vacant, hence the proposed development of the lands with up to 3 dwelling units represents an improvement to the underutilized site. However, greater intensification of the site could be accommodated. The county, when asked, has noted that the structures could be moved, just meaning that they have no core slab foundation. And therefore, should there be further opportunity to ask for access to funding for redevelopment on these lands, that the dwellings could be relocated relatively easily if necessary, which is with addressing this policy matter that staff were concerned about. Next slide. From a policy perspective, the proposed zoning bylaw amendment will enable the provision of up to 3 additional affordable housing units on an underutilized site on full municipal services in the urban boundary, which will help the town meet the housing needs of the community while innovatively addressing the impacts of a changing climate. We are of the opinion that the proposed development is consistent with the PDF, conforms to the general intent of the county and town vision plan, and represents good land use planning. Next slide, please. The R4 zone, within an R4-20 zone, does not permit single detached dwellings. Therefore, a zone change to the R3 zone was required, and then the application is seeking a reduction to the required parking ratio to a 1.25 spaces per unit. For clarity, several site-specific provisions have been integrated to ensure that future matters of interpretation do not arise through the building permit issuance process due to shortfalls in zoning bylaw. These provisions include clarifying the definition of group housing, establishing a definition and provisions for solar panels to ensure the solar panels remain accessory to the residential use and of an appropriate height. Establishing provisions to ensure minimum separation distance between dwellings, given there's not traditional yards where there are multiple dwellings on one property. And establishing a limitation to the side of depth so that they remain proportional to the size of the dwellings. Next slide, please. This application has been circulated to external agencies and internal departments for review and comment. All comments on the proposal have been addressed and no outstanding issues with this application remain at this time, which impact the feasibility and rezoning of the project. Further detailed review will be undertaken at the time of building permit review, and there are still a few matters to be addressed through that. Slide, please. Okay. Based on the above and provided the committee is satisfied the public concerns have been addressed, staff recommends that the committee recommends to council that the application submitted be approved. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions if there are.
Thank you. Are there any questions from council? Councilor McCray.
Now I can ask my question.
You can.
I'll just repeat it. Okay, so under the provincial policy statement, it mentions a number of times greater intensification of the site could be accommodated. So my question is, did Lanark County corporate housing, did they consider any other options? Or was that question asked? Yeah.
Through you, Chair. I think the plan for the applicant is on hand and might be better suited to answer that question. I'm not being involved further back on this, but I understand there was concern expressed to the county, and as I stated, the county has indicated they won't be sort of for this flat foundation. So if an opportunity in the future arose to do something that accommodated more intensification or provided more housing, I think there is opportunity for the site to be more heavily utilized in the future. But that would be subject to its own set of planning act application to assess at that time. But I think in terms of addressing the policy, it's currently a vacant site and it is increasing the density on it, so there is a increase in utilization, but perhaps Mike has something.
If there are no further questions from council, the next stage is the applicant or representative, and they may have some input on that. Your worship,
So, as you mentioned, there is a possibility of a third unit. And looking at the maps, it shows the third unit as being across the street. And if you look at this site, I'm not exactly sure where they might be putting it. I don't see an empty lot there, and if so, if it's owned by the county.
So through you, Chair, the site plan shown on the screen currently, the black solid black lines are the property boundaries. So that's all one property, and then there will be up to three dwellings on the one property. So two of them have been funded and are shown in sort of dark gray as they have been built and will be installed immediately. But the intention is then that third with the dash line will be installed on the same property. So that's an internal road rather than external municipal road. It's just sort of the driveway accommodating access and parking for all three of those units. So there is no additional parcel or no additional dwelling across the street, all in one property.
There's condition as it's labeled on the map.
thank you. Councillor Smith.
I'm just wondering, is that 4 parking spots on the lower left?
Oh.
I'm not entirely sure what you're talking about, but there's 3 solar panels on this property and 3 dwellings with 4 parking spaces there. If you're talking on the far left of the screen, I believe that's parking associated with the existing development on 20 Robinson, and it's just shown as adjacent development.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bolt.
Yes, if I may, so this is in keeping with affordable housing. How are the rates going to be determined in this project? Is it geared to income or is it? I'd just like to know how do you define affordable housing and what kind of a rate structure you're gonna have on the city?
Right. With respect, if I call the applicant or their representative, that they'd probably be better to able to answer that. Is that fair? Unless there's any further questions from council, does the applicant or representative have any comments at this present time? And Councillor Bolt has just asked a question that you may be able to answer.
Good evening, council. So with respect to the question about the rents in those units, the rents will be rendered to income, which is 30% of a person's income as well as $190 a month.
Thank you. Any other questions for the applicants?
I have questions.
I can't take it from the floor, I'm afraid, at this point, but did you want to make a statement at all?
Hi, everybody. I'm Mike Dwyer, planning manager at Lander County. They asked me to help out with this project. I'm also the planner. Certainly don't want to cover all the material that your staff have. They've done a great job. But I would suggest that I do believe this is certainly consistent with your local policy statement. The question from the chair member was actually put in regards to whether or not that more dense development could occur on the site. And that certainly could be a possibility. We would test though that if this is not a permanent fixture on these properties, if there's another opportunity that comes along in the future, that's certainly be assessed by the county, but forward to yourselves and approvals. Outside of that, also keep in mind that, the current zoning doesn't allow an apartment building, that was excluded from the R4 zone. So really that leaves a most dense use of the property to townhouses, and given the size of the lot, that would probably only allow 4 townhouse units. So this way, we're allowing up to 3 tiny homes, so they're pretty much equivalent in terms of the total number of dwelling units, just a different type of build form. One that the community doesn't have a lot of, so it's actually a unique opportunity.
Thank you. Do you have, I have just been advised you have a presentation, do you want to go ahead with that?
Seeing the 650 page agenda, I'll promote that, I think it's covered them all.
Thank you very much. Are there further questions from council for the applicant? Thank you. I would ask staff to advise whether any written comments have been received from the public since the publishing of this meeting agenda.
No, I haven't received any additional comments. This is published in the agenda?
Excuse me, this is in relation to previously received written.
Sorry, I have been on vacation for 2 weeks and I'm just back. I'll just turn this over to Nancy. I may have missed something.
I apologize, I'm not as familiar with the protocols and procedure. There was a public inquiry made, asking some questions about the solar panels proposed on site, the height dimensions, et cetera. And now I'm thinking it maybe was not included as part of the package, but we will ensure that it is circulated to the community.
Okay, well, we look forward to seeing that at some point. But as some written comments have been received, Councillor Smith, you have a recommendation in relation to receiving.
As recommended by the committee of the whole, we have resolved that the council of the town of Perth receive any written comments from the public presented at the public meeting held on August 6, 2024 regarding the zoning bylaw amendment application ZBL 0404-2024 submitted by the Lanark County Housing Corporation for property municipality known as 20 Robinson Street.
Any further comment or question by council? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favour? That's received unanimously. And now, are there any members of the public in attendance wishing to speak in favour or against the application? If so, please state your name and address, make your way up to the mic and, sorry.
Sorry, just before, we did print off all the emails that came in after, and we had emailed them to council and circulated by paper.
Oh, that's
Well,
what
any
we
of
need.
the comments, yeah, any of the comments that we had received, so we did miss something, it should be in that package. I've gone through my email for 2 weeks. Today, so I believe we caught everything, but I was really just sort of filing and printing more than having a good chance to look at them, so we may have received others.
Thank you.
What we will have, their savings.
Thank you.
Good evening all, I'm Mary Teresa Beasley from 8 Robinson Street. I'm the closest neighbor you're gonna have from these tiny homes. I have a few questions. I did try and talk to someone from Lanark County Housing. I think there were sent to 4 people and nobody knew anything about them. I have left a couple messages on Joanna's voicemail. She was on holiday. I did get a printout the other day. I'm not sure now the girl's name, but I did try to get answers. My first question is there any sound from these solar panels? Any sound at all? Like a hum or anything?
I will ask the applicants if they can answer that or make any kind of commitment in relation to that.
I wouldn't want to speak to it with any type of authority, but I think what we could do is there's a private party who's building, or another party who's building these units. So, and they have another party who's doing their green infrastructure, so they could certainly ask that question of them, get a response, and we'll provide it to your staff, and then perhaps I can be shared with the rest of the neighborhood.
Okay, and the size, do you know that, the size of the panels?
I, off the top of my head, I don't have that with me, but I know in the bylaw that's proposed, there's a limit on the height of 2.5 meters, so they'll be below what you allow for normal accessory structures.
Okay. And a privacy fence, you're probably the person to ask about that as well. I would propose that it be like 6 to 8 feet privacy fence between our property and yours.
There's, my understanding is, and again, I can link to this project, I'm just stopping at this last point, my understanding is no commitment to a fence at this time between the two properties. Typically, when there's two uses that are relatively compatible in nature, a fence isn't a requirement, per se.
Well, I would, after I'd like to get a phone number from your boss or whoever, because I would like to speak on that subject to someone else. And who's gonna look after the grounds around these homes?
The social services department and whoever they contract to do that work, just like they do at the existing site.
Well, I have to say the existing site, whoever's looking after it's not doing a good job. The last 3 years, they have not cut the grass. We have cut the property that the tiny homes are going on. We have cut that grass for 40 years. It's 40 years in July. And we have looked after that property. And, but it's the other half of the property is not looked after at all, like this. It's a tick pit right now. But that's not your fault, I'll deal with that when you give me a phone number. And who do you propose is gonna be in these homes? Like, is that homeless? Or is it seniors? Or who do you think is going to live in these homes?
Let's put my call.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. Just so everyone knows who I am, I'm Emily Holmes, and I'm the Director of Social Services of Iron County. So you can call me. I have
Okay, what's your number?
So it's the county number, and my extension is 2101.
101.
At this time, the intention of these homes, though it will be brought back to county council, is to house people experiencing homelessness. We have huge numbers of homelessness in this community, and everybody deserves a place to live. We do find that people experiencing homelessness do better in smaller spaces than they do in larger spaces, because their experience is that they've not had a home for a while to look after. So this is definitely, this Green Municipal Plan is a pilot project for us to see how someone is going to live in a tiny home. And we're quite hopeful that it can be very successful.
Thank you. Would it be fair to say that you may be able to refer some of this, these questions to your colleagues at council, especially in relation to property maintenance?
Yes, so you can just call 28402 as the extension related to property maintenance if you have any concerns, if the grass is impact, or any concerns about the building, that's who you call.
Yeah, we have done that, but I have one more question. You're saying community garden, is that just a garden for the 3 homes, or is that like a community?
We expect it's for the 3 homes to begin, but maybe that might grow.
Okay, and who's gonna look after that?
The tenants there, they will have supports attached to the people in it. We have a housing support worker who supports people transitioning from homelessness to housing to make sure that they are successful in that transition. So that worker will be the support person for those individuals.
I have one more question. There's a maple tree that will be on your property, and it's right close to our line. It's only, well, it's about 21 years old. It's a beautiful big tree. Now, where you cut that down? I'm not really sure what the intentions are on that site yet right now. Still there. You know, are we even having lots of trees and greenery on our site? I just don't know. I can't see it being cut down when it's a young, beautiful big tree. But anyways, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I didn't see whose hand went up first. I've got two over here. Okay, Alex, would you mind if I take the gentleman at the back first and then you? Thank you.
Dear better half. Previous speaker there, Ken Beasley, 20 Robinson Street. Mayor Teresa pretty well covered everything I had. My concerns with, other than the fact that, I want to know the dimensions of the home, but how many square feet.
Yeah, we may have to swap seats there.
They, again, I'm not involved in the buildings themselves, but they look to be about 2 meters by 6 or 7 meters. I can leave the floor plan with the gentleman if you wish to say.
So how many square feet?
That's not fair. Well, 2 meters is gonna be. Oh, no, here we go. Okay, so it's living area, the bedrooms 59 square feet. And then the main area is 127 square feet, plus you have the hallway and the bathroom and the utility space. So you're probably looking at around 350 square feet.
That's a pretty small building.
They are small businesses.
Especially during the winter months to live in there. 6, 8 months of the year, and like if you're in an apartment, you may have 300 square feet, but they got common areas in an apartment building, and you can get out of your apartment, you know. To me, you almost think there's better solutions. Affordable, something that's small. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Alex, and then you, sir. It's not referential to dimensions, just I know some people.
Hi, my name's Alexander Guerin, and I live on 126 Sherbrooke Street, so I'm not directly next to the proposed dwellings, but pretty close. So, first of all, is there any idea of how many people per tiny homes? Is there a limit or?
So there are occupancy standards under the Housing Services Act, and a 1-bedroom unit or a bachelor could have a single person or a couple in that type.
The other gentleman mentioned the height of the solar panels, did say 25 meters, which. 25. 2.5, okay, I was like, whoa. As far as the fences go, the other dwelling or the other homes adjacent to that property are all fenced in, so I'm just wondering why would you not continue to fence in that area? Or is it under consideration?
There are no intentions at this time to fence it in. I'm not sure about the history of those fences, but they may have been built by those other homeowners.
Okay, no, I'm not, but the homes that belong to the landlord.
Any
homes. Homes? They own the homes, land corporation.
Yeah.
Landlord corporation. That's you guys, right? Okay.
There is no intention at this time to fence in this site.
Okay. The other thing, what we received, in July was, this was the plan we received, which is basically, a blackened. I was just wondering if we could have a copy of, not that one, but the actual, diagram or map of, 'cause that's what we got, and basically doesn't say anything.
It should be available on our website if you go search that property, it shows all the information on our website.
Where's that?
First.ca, / plan.
Like the map is there? Oh, okay,
All the information that's been shown.
like all this.
Yeah,
Oh, okay, I had no idea. Just- Yeah. it's-
yeah, references, that notice references to go to first.
Oh,
CA / plan.
okay. Yeah, and the other thing is the lighting, the other development that's there right now, that's fenced in. The parking lot is lit all night long, and it does, I mean, it, you know, it shines onto our, backyard as well. I'm just wondering if, you guys are considering lighting of the parking lot. The back parking lot all night long as well, because, you know, A, it's not very efficient. To have lights on all night long, and two, it's not really neighborly friendly.
Go about the site plan that we have on file, I don't think there's any plan for full lighting or
Oh,
individual, because it's, each unit has a parking spot in front of their unit. It's not, there's not a common parking lot. So there'll likely be exterior lighting for the entry for the unit, but I don't think
Okay.
there's plan to have any.
All right, yeah. Okay. And this is for another day. The floodlighting is mentioned in the other development. All night long is, you know, I don't think it's necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes.
Good evening. My name is Robert Trudeau. I live at 9 Robinson, the Worth Greenhouse, as some people refer to it. And I do have a few quick questions. I recently moved from Ottawa, and I did have a rent situation because I was in duplex. And it's been my experience that renters and homeowners do not mix well together for a variety of reasons. And I think that putting a fence in there that would cover noise and cover privacy would be something that needs to be looked at. Because I can tell you right now that there's gonna be problems. The next thing I was thinking is that on that street, there's a lot of people that spend a lot of time and money and effort to make their houses, the outside of their houses look nice. And so one of the concerns I have is that, you know, I don't want to have this whole development turn into a scrapyard. So I want the house and the footprint on and it to look nice most of the time, not cut every 3 weeks or nothing like that. That would be another concern I have. And the other thing I would like to ask is how much weight is actually given to the comments of the people that live close and are directly affected by these developments. Because the example I'm giving is the last school dog park. How we had thousands and thousands of dollars raised to help support the dog park. We had hundreds and hundreds of names on the petition. And then in the end, it became clear that you guys had no intention of making last school park the official dog park. You just stuck it out in the middle of the field somewhere. So I'm just wondering how much weight actual residents that pay the taxes have in situations like this.
Well, the other issue mentioned aside, in relation to what we're dealing with now in the planning. The answer is yes, it is. That's the reason that you're able to make these comments, is that they have to be considered as part of the process. I'm not speaking out of town there, am I? Rose? that is the purpose of the public meeting, is that your comments, and I think it's quite clear to everybody concerned that the fence is one of the common areas of concern, has to be considered. And if that is not something that goes ahead, then there will be some kind of explanation as to why that is. Yes, your comments are taken forward.
Okay, well, that's about, now, you also, you said, to people, what was the term you used for the people that are renting the house? Low rental, I think it was, whatever. Low rental. We recently had a situation, in the townhomes, close to, we had, unfortunate to say, we had a problem with drugs for some of the tenants that lived in there. And that situation is gone now, thankfully, through months and months of complaining. I just want to make sure that we don't end up with the same type of situations with this new, development.
I understand where you're coming from. We are dealing with the planning aspect of this, which is the town issue. The use of the property would be potentially the county issue. Use or misuse of the properties would be a county issue with sometimes a town component of enforcement and some, obviously, in the case you mentioned, a police involvement.
Okay, well, that addresses all my concerns. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. And hopefully we can make this community a little bit stronger, and I'm looking forward to having new neighbors.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
Bye.
Does anybody else wish to make any comments? Laurie? Yes. You've waited patiently. Thank you.
My name is Derek Holbeach, and I live about, close to Louisa, but about 150 yards from there. And my questions are really out of curiosity. I heard about the square footage added together, but what is the square footage of the footprint for one of those?
It's an interesting point, and see if we can get some clarification on that.
Yes, so that square footage, they're all single story, so that square footage around 300 square feet is the footprint of the building, of one building.
And they're separate buildings.
Correct.
To me, coming around that area, because the drawing or the sketch that I've seen is that large black area. But that's including the drains in that. Is that correct? Because the only green space left that I can see is like one big lawn. And that would be on Bedford Street. The length of that on the picture that we got there, the bottom left is where I believe the car parking is. Going up to the top right corner is, I suspect, where these dwellings will be, and that for me looks like one great lawn. And there's a number of children in the properties that are there. Where are they going to play? In the street?
Thank you. Yes, you're talking about useful green space. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Anybody else wish to make? We'll wait patiently. Okay, thank you. Because there have been more presentations, McPherson, you have, I believe, recommendation.
Moved by myself, as recommended by committee of the whole, be resolved, the council of the town of Perth receive all oral comments from the public presented at the public meeting held August 6, 2024, regarding zoning bylaw amendment ZBL 04/2024, submitted by Lander County Housing Corporation for property municipally known as 20 Robinson Street.
Thank you. Any questions on that? No, no, okay. Call the question, those in favour? That's unanimous. And at this point, again, councillor Waterfield, you have the wrap up.
Moved by myself as recommended by the committee of the whole, be it resolved that the council of the town of Perth, number one, receive for information purposes the presentation and staff report COW 2024 10.2 from the Director of Developmental Services regarding zoning bylaw amendment application ZBL 04 2024 Lanark County Housing Corporation for 20 Robinson Street. Number two, direct staff to bring forward the zoning bylaw amendment to council for approval. And three, direct staff to continue to work with the applicant through the site plan control process as presented in report COW 10.2. Any further comments or questions? I'll call the question. Those in favour? That's unanimous. No further comments, then that matter is wrapped up for this evening. We move on to the third public meeting in itself. Thank you for coming, everyone. This public meeting is being held in accordance with section 34 of the Planning Act, RSO 1990 CV13, as amended, to discuss zoning bylaw amendment application ZBL 05/2024 from Linden Housing Development Cooperative for property municipally known as 79 Wilson Street West in relation to the amending the existing zoning bylaw 3358 and to provide the public with an opportunity to submit comments. The purpose and intent of the proposed amendment to the zoning bylaw is to change the zoning of the property from a residential second density R2 to a new site-specific residential fourth density R4X zone. The effect of the amendment is to permit the development of a new three-story cooperative residential building with approximately 42 affordable residential units intended to be geared to income. The existing two-unit fronting on Wilson Street is proposed to be maintained. Site-specific relief is required to recognize multiple dwellings on the property and to permit a reduced parking ratio of 0.8 space per unit with the intention to provide a shared vehicle and 5 units for rent specifically for tenants without vehicle. Relief from landscaped open space, yard setbacks and driveway parking provisions are also being requested. Should anyone from the public wish to be notified of the decisions regarding this project, please sign the sheet provided. I would ask staff to confirm the public notice of this public meeting has been given as required under the Planning Act.
Yes, it has.
Thank you. Here again from Nancy Waltman, planning consultant for the town of Perth, who will present her planning report. Following this, council will have the opportunity to ask questions of staff. Turn the meeting over to Nancy to review the staff planning report.
Good evening. I'll introduce myself again, just in case there's some people joining online. My name is Nancy Workman, and I'm a registered professional planner with Arcadis, providing support to the town's planning department on an interim basis. Next slide. So the subject property is located on Wilson Street, a designated arterial road in the official plan, and has an area of 0.4 hectares and 32 meters of frontage on Wilson Street. As you can see on the screen, the parcel fabric in this area is somewhat irregular in the landscape depth of approximately 150 meters. The property currently accommodates a 2-unit dwelling at the front, fronting onto Wilson, with a large undeveloped area extending behind.
Or you can, you know, let's go. Okay, thank you. So, continue.
Next slide, please. The subject lands are designated residential on the town of Perth's official plan and are zoned residential second density. Next slide. The proposal is for a new 3-story cooperative residential housing building with approximately 42 affordable residential units. The existing dwelling fronting on Wilson Street is proposed to be maintained and has 2 existing dwelling units, resulting in a total of 44 residential units on the site. A parking ratio of 1 space per unit is proposed. Next slide, please. The applicant will probably be speaking to this in greater detail, but at a high level, a nonprofit housing cooperative or co-op is a corporation that is owned and operated by the people who live in it. Because it is member owned and member controlled, cooperative housing has many advantages, including maintaining affordability. Linden Housing Development Cooperative, the owner of the property, is working on putting a proposal together to seek funding from CMHC to build the proposed development. In order to qualify for the government's funding, the appropriate zoning needs to be in place. Hence, the processing of the subject application has been expedited by the staff, supported by the policies in the official plan. It is recognized by the applicant that the concept submitted may evolve through the detailed site plan control review process that will occur following the zoning bylaw amendment if approved. Any further deviation to zoning will require additional application. Next slide. From a policy perspective, the proposed zoning bylaw amendment will permit the development of cooperative affordable housing development on an underutilized site on full municipal services within the urban boundary, which will help the town meet the health needs of the community while making efficient use of the existing services. As required by the Planning Act, the proposed development is consistent with the PPS, conforms to the general intent of the county and town's official plan, and represents good land use planning. Next slide, please. Through the technical review of the application, some areas of relief initially requested by the applicant were determined to not be appropriate or are proposed to be addressed in other ways. The areas of site-specific relief being addressed in the proposed site-specific bylaw are as follows. Parking requirement of 1 space per unit, reduced considered parking ratio of 10%, recognizing the existing converted dwelling setback of 3.4 meters. Increasing the required side yard setback to 4.5 meters and the rear yard setback to 7.5 meters for apartments, rather than the standard provided in the R4 zone. Prohibiting balconies above the 2nd story, the requirement of a 1.8 meter high wood privacy fence, lot coverage of 10% of the lot area of accessory structures, a minimum separation distance of 6 meters between dwellings given multiple buildings on the property, and clarifying that the existing converted dwelling could have up to 4 units. Next slide, please. This application has been circulated to external agencies and internal departments for review and comment. All comments on the proposal have been addressed and no outstanding issues with this application remain at this time which impact the feasibility of the project. That's not to say that there are not still items to be addressed through site plan control, but all zoning matters have been satisfied. Further detailed analysis will be undertaken at the time of the future site plan control submission. There are, as I mentioned, outstanding comments to be addressed, and the applicant is aware of the risk of proceeding with these matters being addressed at this time. And then I'm going to a number of pieces of public, I think this is no good time to say it, but a number of pieces of public correspondence were received after the agenda package was prepared. Several pieces of correspondence were received both with support for the application and the project, and several pieces were received expressing concern about the development proposal. As the comments were not received far enough in advance, written responses from staff were not necessarily provided. So for the benefit of the members of the public attending as well as the committee, I'm going to generally summarize some of the concerns that were raised by the public and speak to some of those matters. So to begin with, a number of concerns about compatibility. This is things such as privacy, overlook, adverse impacts from lighting, noise, and parking were raised by several members. So from a staff perspective, the proposed development incorporates a number of mitigation measures into the site-specific zoning, which is the tool that we use to regulate development of the site. These include increased yard setbacks beyond what is normally required for an apartment in the R4 zone. There's also going to be prohibition on balconies above the second story, and the requirement for a 1.8 meter tall wood privacy fence written straight into the zoning to ensure that there are no adverse impacts on adjacent properties. The site will be subject to site plan control, which will require detailed design and site plan control agreement to be registered on title. Through site plan control, the applicant will have to demonstrate that lighting will not spill over onto adjacent properties and that there will be no negative impacts from proposed new stationary noise sources. And in that sense, I'm speaking about new HVAC or air conditioning if required. Another concern raised consistently was about traffic related to safety and the volume of traffic. So the reduced driveway width requested by the applicant initiating the application was not supported by staff. A 6 meter wide driveway will be required as per the zoning bylaw to accommodate the two-way traffic and the required parking. A preliminary traffic impact study was completed, which evaluated the ability of the existing road network to accommodate the proposed development, not identified any potential negative impacts. A detailed study will be required as part of the site plan control application, if necessary, will be peer reviewed as part of the SFC process. Wilson Street is a designated arterial, and as per the official plan, higher density development is to be directed to arterials. Another concern raised related to environmental impacts, whether that be loss of green space or trees or habitat for animals. There are no designated natural heritage features on the site. And again, designated natural heritage features is tied to the commission policy statement. The policy direction for the province, which is directly reflected in the county and local OPs, is to efficiently utilize serviced urban land. The proposed high density development reflects sustainable development as it limits the continued expansion of the urban boundary and urban sprawl. A tree inventory will be required at site plan control, and where feasible, existing trees will be maintained and replanting required as necessary. Another concern is stormwater management and groundwater issues. A preliminary stormwater management report was submitted, which proposes an approach to managing stormwater on the site. The development is subject to site plan control, and as part of this, detailed design will be required to demonstrate that all stormwater is managed appropriately. So pre-development versus post-development flows and existing drainage patterns are not negatively impacted. Given the requirement to manage stormwater, the reduction in infiltration should result in less surface water entering the groundwater on the site, thereby resulting in a net decrease in groundwater contribution in the proposed development. There was several concerns that this development would set a precedent. From a planning perspective, precedent doesn't work the same way that it does say in case law. Each development application is reviewed independently and evaluated on its own merits and site-specific circumstances. With respect to timeline and opportunity for public comment, as per the official plan, applications for nonprofit housing corporations and housing cooperatives are to be given priority for development reviewed by the town. The applicant is trying to meet deadlines to apply for CMHC funding, hence why the public meeting and communication are scheduled this night. We do know that it is within the committee's power to defer the application if they have concerns that the public has not had adequate time to review and comment. But it is noted that the statutory requirements under the Planning Act have been met. And the last concern that I will speak to was related to construction impacts. The applicants will be responsible for minimizing construction impact in the area. Construction activities are subject to the town's noise bylaw, and any construction activities impacting the right of way will require proper traffic management plans and a permit from the town. So based on the above and provided the committee is satisfied that public concerns have been addressed, staff recommend that the committee recommend the application be approved. Sorry, I know that was a bit lengthy, but quickly, preemptively addressing some of the comments that the public will bring forward tonight.
Any questions from council? Worship.
Yeah, I couldn't find this material. Is the new building to be attached to the existing building?
Community chair knows the new building will be a detached structure located at the rear. The parking area will be in between the existing dwellings and the new park.
So we don't have a problem with two houses on the same lot?
So the site specific zoning has been structured to address all that. There can be multiple buildings on one property.
Councillor Smith and then Councillor McCray.
Question on traffic. You indicated that a traffic study has been done. I wonder if this traffic study, which is going to include 44 new vehicles, plus up on the corner of Sunset Drive, I think 16 units going in there, plus 120 at 125 Wilson. I believe it's 83 units going in there. That seems like a lot of cars in Wilson Street. Do you know, has all that been taken into consideration?
Through the chair. So the traffic impact study was scoped for this project. I can't say that it's scoped to factor in all of those different developments. And that is something that we look at through the site plan control when they do the detailed study and have it peer reviewed. At this point, I think I will just leave it on the fact that it is designated arterial and it is intended to accommodate high volumes of traffic. And I think at a preliminary level, this goal study that was prepared does demonstrate that from a feasibility perspective, Wilson Street can accommodate the proposed 140.
Thank you.
Councillor McCray.
To you, Chair. Can you comment on the concern over noise and vibration since the site is only 160 meters from the rail line and we have 26 trains going through Perth on a regular basis?
So a noise study was prepared by the applicant, and again, for the purposes of zoning, it was broken out into a feasibility versus a detailed noise study. So the consultant, I believe it was Cambium, evaluated real noise, road noise, and other stationary noise sources in the area. And based on sort of high level feasibility, recommended that it thinks with the mitigation measures recommended that there is no concern with respect to noise. Moving forward, as part of the site plan control application, a detailed noise study will be required, so they will update that study, and that's where they will get into the more specifics, saying, oh, each unit has to have air conditioning, or there might be other noise mitigation measures. But again, for the purposes of demonstrating feasibility, it did not express concern about proximity to rail that could not be appropriately managed.
One just additional question on page 23, stormwater management and servicing brief. When we have to make provisions, this just is an overall question in regards to development. When we have to make provisions, or the town has to make provisions for water services at the property lines, and also for the construction and installation of silt fences along the west, south, and east portion of the site, who pays for these?
Chair, I believe it all be the responsibility of the development of the developer, pardon me, and will be overseen by through the building process.
Thank you.
I asked a question recently about traffic studies, because I didn't really totally understand them, but the answer I received, but traffic studies deal with a perfect world situation, because in a perfect world, there's no access in the area, there's no heavy traffic, there's no train stop, nothing's going on, cars get to flow freely. And that concerned me because as Councillor Smith said, we're looking at 3 major buildings on Wilson Street, and I live on Wilson Street, the corner of Wilson Street, and I don't know how many people in this town drive down Wilson Street this summer. You can't drive down Wilson Street this summer. One train backs the car right up to Red Fox. And I don't know what's going on at the highway. I realize this doesn't apply to the situation, but I think this council, and perhaps we need to talk to our provincial representatives and say that we can't deal with these developments in isolation. Because when these 3 buildings, if they all do go forward eventually, that's a lot of cars on Wilson Street. We all realized what happened several months ago when we had the accident on Wilson Street to shut the road down for 24 hours, the traffic on Drum Street. I mean, we all received phone calls. It took me 40 minutes to get from Highway 7 to Donaldson's. We only have 2 streets in town. That's the only two streets we have, is Drum Street and Wilson Street. You can't shut one street down. Now, to add to this, perhaps in the future, there may be a lot of traffic coming down Christie Lake Road from another major subdivision, or perhaps 2 major subdivisions coming. So I'm all for a development, I'm for this project, I'm all for providing homes for people. But I'm not sure where, I don't know if you guys can sort of give me your opinion, but where does the town, what responsibility does the town have to look at this in a global picture? That before we always approve these developments in one at a time? Should we have a process where we say, here's the 4-year view, 5-year view, or plan window of the town of Perth based on developers who now are coming to Perth? And my understanding is there's a lot of developers who want to move to Perth and start doing things. Is it possible that we can set up a program where we do look at traffic studies that, that look at the whole overall picture of perhaps Wilson Street? Because one accident on Wilson Street puts everybody on Drum Street. And I realize with these buildings, you're not gonna have 42 cars pulling out of the building at the same time, right? But it's gonna be a problem. And I know when I speak to people from Manotick, I don't want Perth to be the next Manotick where you can't get across town. So I realize I can't ask you to group these things together, because that's not allowed, I guess, in the Planning Act. But I think somehow we need to keep in mind when we're approving all of these big developments that are coming to Perth on an individual basis, we should have a global view of what's happening. And try and decide, do the traffic studies make sense? Because as far as I understand, traffic studies do not deal with worst case scenarios. They only deal with a perfect world.
If I may, I think what you're talking about is death by 1,000 cuts. And you see that quite often in a number of areas, traffic being one of them. It does happen in other areas as well when you talk about development. And that's why, as a town, like you say, we should start to be looking at holistic studies, which we are starting that process shortly. Things like transportation master plans or parking master plans. And you sort of look at, okay, these things are happening here, how does this impact and how can we mitigate it moving forward? Can't remember if we just mentioned Manotick, but I grew up there, like back in the 80s. And I remember what the traffic was like versus what it's like now. I also now live very near Carlton Place, which is growing, and I see that. So I think it's a very valuable point to make, and I think it's one that we need to definitely address, and staff are working towards getting those larger master plans to examine that, but those do take time and funding and all that stuff. But I think it's a point well taken, and we are working towards that.
Thanks, Lee.
And I certainly appreciate your comment, Joanne, and I appreciate the master plan, but the master plan is a wonderful thing to talk about, but we only have 2 streets. So unless we're going to build a brand new road somewhere down through the middle of Perth, and all the master planning in the world, traffic isn't going to help us in Perth because we don't have the road network.
Yeah, I understood, and it's a difficult question, and that's the high level answer that I can give you, but I understand what you're saying, the Planning Act, it makes it a little bit difficult as we look at these things on lot by lot, but as you say, they all impact on each other, so it's something that we're certainly aware of and working through as best as we're able.
If I, council, forgive me, I behaved myself up till now, tonight, if I could just make a couple of, I'll ask you a couple of questions. Yeah, I haven't asked the question all night, so I'm going to take the opportunity now, and then I'll come to you, your worship, thank you.
Not so much the same as other deputy mayors and our planners that stuff. And I mentioned this to council a couple of months ago. We can't think just on a year by year basis. There's tremendous costs in the offing and tremendous planning in the offing. I don't know how you get around too much traffic on Wilson Street unless somehow we find a very godmother that will give us $2,000 for an arterial road, but the times are changing and changing faster than a lot of us could even comprehend. So I was glad to see in a couple of reports on planning for hiring an engineering firm to do multi-year planning, but we have to look very careful with things and doing things only on a one-off basis.
You. I will take the opportunity, unless there's someone else who wants to speak right now, but specifically in relation to this, I thank Councillor Smith and to the Deputy Mayor for raising this issue. We constantly look at things on an individual basis. Visual plan or no, we have no strategic grasp, or have not in the past. And including deciding, we as council, whether it's individual members here or not, to increase the population of the town by 45%. Without any thought really of what that would mean, and now it's coming home to roost. Specific to this project and traffic management, can you imagine that intersection when the construction work is being done? And how often we're going to be reduced either on Wilson Street or Harris Street to single lane traffic? It's unimaginable for people living here. And the question we did want to ask from the beginning is, can you give me a rough sense when you mentioned the people that were in favour and people that were not in relation to correspondence? Can you give me any indication of how many of those people were in close proximity to this development? Like those that were in favour of it or closing, or were just nearby?
I think there's a sheet on your desk that has.
I'm just trying to get it on the record.
Oh.
I think it's relevant, but no worries. Perhaps I was being rhetorical.
Through you, I did not go through and note the addresses of those commenting in favor versus against. I know that a lot of the opposition was from the neighbors that to the north, that immediately about the property there. And the ones in favor were perhaps more generally reflective of the population.
Yes. That would be. Thank you. Any other questions from council at this point? And we'll move on to the applicants representative. Any comments at this time?
So, just because traffic was just discussed there, I just don't want to forget this point. Arterial roads are meant to have public transportation on them. That's why you do have large density promoted on those roads. So, we are seeking parking relief because we want our affordable housing project that promotes walkability. That's actually why we think the parking ratio reduction we're looking for is so justified. So I just want to throw that out there because it's not in my notes. I don't want to forget it. So my name is Lindsay Blair, and I'm excited to present to this committee the zoning bylaw amendment application that our team has filed for the property located at 79 Wilson Street West from R2 to R4. The zoning bylaw amendment application is to support the future residential housing project that Linden hopes to build for residents of this community. And I hope, after reading and listening to the staff report and this presentation, that we've earned this community support for the ZBA. A housing cooperative is an incorporated and registered nonprofit organization which is controlled by their members and not controlled by landlords, which are often for-profit organizations and individuals. The foundation of a cooperative's mission is to provide affordable rates to their members and protect the affordability long-term. This model of housing places the members at the heart of decision-making and creates empowerment for that process, which many tenants often feel they don't have. Co-ops are designed to be vibrant communities where members support each other and collaborate to make an inclusive and empowering living space. This model of housing also addresses the growing concern around isolation. I've been working with Linden for over a year. I've put up with Stephen. And throughout this time, we've been planning and coordinating our efforts to get to this point that we're at tonight. And if you know some of the board members who sit behind them, hard work doesn't deter them. They care about this community and this drives their passion for the project. Cooperative housing is not social housing, although I don't have any issue with social housing. I recognize that some may think social housing when they hear the word affordable, and that's because of how the term is often used. The community members who will benefit from this project are those who time and time again get overlooked, the missing middle. The people who work and earn $40,000 to $60,000 and don't qualify for supports, but who are just scraping by. This project will finally fill a gap that is continuously and exponentially increasing across all small and rural communities across Canada, which does include Burton. The work that this board has completed on progressing this project forward has received the confidence from many key stakeholders, including CMHC, where we got $80,000, FCM, CHT, the Perth District Community Foundation, the Taylor Parks Foundation, and many individual members of this community. And we've raised over $200,000 to progress this project forward so we can be here tonight. This type of confidence and support does not come easy and is a testament to the work that Linden puts in every day and the success that all these stakeholders believe this project to be. It's this boost of confidence that allows us to put forward this application and progress this development without requesting capital support from the town. The main support that Linden needs from the town, this committee, is the support for the zoning bylaw amendment application and not capital dollars. Support tonight does not automatically mean that we're just going to be building a 42-unit apartment building. There are many other hurdles we have to get through. It's simply to allow the use of an apartment building. This application is supported by town staff, which the report and comments to inquiries have shown in detail. The support has been further demonstrated by the fact that town staff did expedite this application so that we can meet extremely important funding deadlines. Funding deadlines that will allow us to proceed with developing this project, whatever the unit count ends up being, at 100% covering the cost. That is why we don't need capital costs covered by the town. As noted in the town staff recommendation report and our application is to zone the property from R2 to R4. We did initially submit an application for 42 units, and we did get a lot of feedback. And we recognize that feedback and we take it extremely seriously. The reality is this apartment project will not be 42 units. We know that. And we know by working the town through a collaborative effort of the relief we're going to be needing under the R4 zone, that it will come down. But we still intend to proceed forward with this application and hope that this committee will entrust us to continue our collaborative working relationship with the town to make this happen. As staff mentioned, under the R4 zone, the interior lot setback is actually 3 meters, and we're proposing an even larger buffer of 4.5. We only need 6 meters per rear setback, and we're proposing 7.5. We have read each and every comment that has been received from rear, side, and community members, and again, we take them extremely seriously. This type of development, an apartment development, is similar to what has recently been approved by this town and what currently exists just a few doors down. 26 units currently sits on a combined lot that is still less than the size of this one. 79 Wilson Street could not be a more perfect location for a project like this. It is so rare that a development can actually be built within the thick of a community. Across the street, there's a community center and a pool where I actually swam at, and a school that I attended. Down the road, in both directions, there are grocery stores and amenities that are truly within walking distances. Putting projects on the outer limits of a town defeat the purpose of trying to also create walkable towns and cities. Down the road, there's also obviously the hospital and other healthcare services. This truly enables the development to focus on sustainability to operate in the way that they've intended to set out. Linden wants to encourage the creation of a walking community. Some units will actually not be allowed to be rented to individuals who own vehicles. There will be a shared car program and vehicle car electric charging stations. The initiatives and development concepts that they intend to act in this location allows us to do this. Now, I have actually talked quite a bit, but I'm not going to go into all the policy because I actually think this staff report and our plan and rationale deals with policies and shows that our submission follows not only the provincial policy statement, but the county and the town official plan. With respect to a lot of the comments that we have gotten, there is another hurdle that we have to go through, which is not before the committee tonight, and that is the site plan control application. That is a rigorous process. I've been through it with this committee before and this town before, and there will be many rounds of feedback when we go through grading, drainage, servicing, stormwater management, traffic, etc. I even pulled Grant aside today when I came in to talk about stormwater management with them. These are really verbose processes that we have to go through, and this development will not proceed until that process has been done. And then we have another process that we have to do, which is a building permit application process. I will also note just in some of the comments that we did receive, CMHC actually requires that we get a phase 1 environmental study, so we do have that. We also do have a geotechnical report. These weren't required for us to produce, but we do have them, and we're also happy to share them with any of the public that wants to look at them. As we go through that site plan control process, we are also willing and able to share with any community member how those plans are developing. We're working with a team that includes Eastern Engineering and Amy Rance here, local professionals who understand the town's public framework and who have built many successful projects within this community. So again, I'll just enclose the ZBA tonight before you is simply to allow the use of an apartment building under R4. We've gone through the proposed bylaw for site specific with Nancy, and we fully support it. It's not giving us everything we intentionally or initially set out to get, and we've accepted that. And this is not the end. So approving this tonight and supporting it tonight does not just give us an inherent right to move forward, but we do need your support because I do need this to submit for our funding. So with that, I'll accept questions.
Yes. Does council have any questions? Yeah. No? Okay. Thank you very much.
All right, I do first of all, I'd like to commend you for the report. You really covered a lot of bases. I'm just wondering about ownership. Once it's built, do the former tenants, but the department
Members is how they're referred to.
okay, do they have any share in the ownership? Is basically who owns the facility?
So it's a registered nonprofit, and so there aren't ownership shares to any individual. There's a board. So the current board that's I'm working with, which is how many members? I think it's 10 members or so. They'll remain as the board for the initial period, and the members will actually end up occupying that property, will eventually transition into board roles. But it will be, its intention is to never transition into individual ownerships. It will sustain itself like Lanark County Housing, for example. No one really owns Lanark County Housing except obviously the county, but there's no individual, and it's a lifelong organization. So in that respect, this will be a lifelong project that will protect rents and perpetuity. I think is what it is.
So with the, in the long-term tenants, would having a place in a co-op organization give them credibility with a bank or whatever, that we can, like owning a little bit of property?
So that would probably fall under similar, I think reviews are being done with tenants that pay just rent on time. And I know that that's something that I think Equifax is looking at tracking. It would fall under that same part. So, but it wouldn't be like a loan, because the tenants aren't providing any type of capital investment into the property. But it would be similar to if that ends up becoming part of the process for tenants in general to build their credit score, which is a great thing. That would fall under the same for the co-ops too.
Any other questions? Thank you. I've asked staff to advise whether, well, we know, but I have to do it, whether any written comments have been received from the public since the publishing of this meeting agenda. And you did cover them.
Yes, there were several pieces of correspondence received, and as Joanna mentioned, some were included in the package, but I think even subsequent correspondence was received following that, so it will be provided.
Thank you. Councillor McRae, I think you have the recommendation in relation to that correspondence.
Of course, as recommended by the committee of the whole, be it resolved that the council of the town of Perth receive any written comments from the public presented at the public meeting held on August the 6th, 2024 regarding zoning bylaw amendment application number ZBL-05-2024 submitted by Linden Housing Development Cooperative for property municipally known as 79 Wilson Street West.
Thank you. See, your hands up, but I call the question on that then. Those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you. Are there any members of the public in attendance? Absolutely. And are there any members of the public in attendance wishing to speak in favour or against the application? If so, please state your name and address. Let me see some hands, if I may. Again, I didn't see what went up first. I'll take the lady here, and then the gentleman behind her, then the gentleman over there. Thank you. Yes, please. I will come to you. There.
I'm Joanne Loney, I live at 33 Foster Street in Perth. My concern is climate change. This property has a huge canopy of 100-year-old trees that help keep Perth cool. And there's lots of this all over down the downtown area.
Sorry to interrupt you. The mic that works, you gotta be like a couple inches away from it.
Sorry.
People in the back have.
This property has a canopy of 100-year-old trees. And all the trees in the Perth do a job of keeping it cool in the summertime. I want to know how many trees are going to come down because it's going to intensify the heat in Perth. They keep our roads cool, they keep our sidewalks cool. A lot of us towards the downtown area live in older homes that are in apartments and stuff, and we have no air conditioning. So I'm concerned if you're gonna fail, I don't know if you're taking all the trees down in the back there, or if you're gonna keep some, because I don't want something like Perthmore where there's no trees, and then it's a lot hotter over there than it is in downtown.
I understand what you're asking. I'm not sure whether we're at that point yet in development that it will be considered. But can I just ask one of the planners to speak to that process of consideration of that and what point it would be considered?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I may defer to the applicant to see if they have any comment first, and then I can supplement the information
Thank you.
from a work procedure perspective.
Keeping as many trees as possible is definitely something that we intend to do. And I do believe, as mentioned, through Nancy's presentation, that we are going to be required to do a tree report. And that also, you know, if trees are removed, which we don't want to, but if they are decided to be removed, that we would be probably planting new trees, in addition to all the other site work that we'd be doing. So, we definitely do care about preservation as well.
And perhaps just to add to that, for any sort of development with substantial grading requirements, there is always a challenge to preserve trees, especially mature trees, but as indicated by the applicant, through the site plan control process, staff will certainly be looking for as much retention as possible. I'm not overly familiar with the town's tree bylaws, so I don't want to get up turn speaking to compensation, but that is another tool that we have. And then more generally, I think, again, we just have to look at the bigger picture of urban development helps prevent urban sprawl, which ultimately leads to the cutting down of more trees. So it's always a sort of a balancing act that I just want to make sure we don't lose sight of the bigger picture.
Thank you. And I think it was the gentleman behind now. Yes, please.
My name is Clayton Rubeck. I'm a resident of Perth. I live at 16 Glenview Crescent. And I'm here to speak for a group of neighbors immediately adjacent to us on Glenview, as well as an understanding of a number of other residents in nearby streets that are very grateful to support us. I would like to first just say that none of us are opposed to the.
Sorry, can you also just speak a little bit?
Speak closer, second. None of us have a desire to speak negatively about a project that will benefit individuals in Perth in terms of residency. I mean, having a place to live, whether we be seniors or people in lower income groups or the categories that were described earlier. However, we are very concerned about the location that's being proposed. We think it's a big mistake for a lot of important reasons that are not tangible to a lot of people. In my case, I've had over 45 years of experience in looking at habitat conservation, wildlife conservation, and especially wetland science in Canada and internationally. I'm very stunned that there's been no discussion of what this site actually is. It seems to be being discussed as a flat piece of property with a lot of sand in it. It's easy to construct things in. What it actually appears to me is to be a very unusual wetland type that's not been well documented in Canada. It is an ephemeral swamp. That means it has non-regular wetland or water flows into the site. It's usually a site that has a large hole in the middle of it that just collects water. There's no outward drainage. From what I understand in reading the reports of the proponents to this project, they haven't really understood the nature of groundwater flow into this site. As opposed to planning for surface water, water management, flood management. This particular site at 79 Wilson Street, every year in the spring has significant water flows into that depression at the back or on the entire property as well as adjacent properties. It is a large body of water with at least three small lakes every spring and during major storm periods. And that's just my observation in the last 5 years. The people I'm here with tonight
have been watching that same pattern of water crisis on that property for over 25 years. So to say that it's going to be an easy thing to build anything on that site, I think is a real stretch of the imagination. In reading the technical report supplied by the proponent, well, first of all, thank you for the good effort to try and get these reports done in time. But it seems to us that much of that documentation is flawed in many ways, and some of it is just darn incorrect. And I know there's been previous discussion here tonight about traffic flows and the amount of vehicles going in and out of this site. But from being a citizen of this small town for a few years, Wilson Street is a disaster traffic wise. It always is. And it's been mentioned here, just a few moments ago. Children crossing that street are at risk all the time. Every day they go to school or go to the pool. And that's not going to get any better. To actually promote a huge increase in traffic on Wilson Street isn't fair to young people in this town. I mentioned water issues. I think the proponent has done a very poor job in characterizing how they're going to deal with water on this site. They don't mention the fact that it's a flood zone every spring. Not one peep on that issue, I don't think. I think they also don't really understand that immediately behind the property is my house and my neighbors' houses. We have been flooded on Glenview Crescent several times in recent years. 2 years ago, at least 5 houses, or maybe it was 4 houses on our side of the block, had flooded basements, causing over $100,000 worth of damage. We've also had quite a number of our immediate neighbors, including our own house, are now installing emergency natural gas generators because we can't rely on electricity without it anymore. We can't rely on this town providing reliable electricity because they get either the grid gets destroyed right in time behind our house, or the grid gets overwhelmed and doesn't work for days at a time. We've said that this site is a very poor place for any kind of development. It's as I said, it is a wetland. I believe it is an organic wetland as well, which means it has organic soil. In that case, that means we have an organic carbon sink. Yet this town seems to believe it has an incredible program for mitigating climate change in its own boundaries. And I don't see how proposing a development in an organic sink for carbon is a good idea in a town that's trying to do something about climate change independently and with the help of other levels of government. In my career with Environment Canada, specifically the Canadian Wildlife Service as a senior scientist, I'm also aware of what it means for wildlife. And I don't care if anyone believes it or not, but there are migratory game birds using this site every year. Not all year, but seasonally as they fly north and south across Canada. That sounds a little bit tree hugger-ish, if I can use that term, but really it's the truth. And anyone that destroys willingly migratory game bird habitat in Canada is committing a federal offense under the Migratory Game Birds Protection Act of 1994. Okay, let's just get back to Linden Housing Cooperative. I think they're wonderful people. I think they've got wonderful objectives. Don't object to what they're trying to do. They just picked a really crummy site to try and throw it against us, and it's going to have a major impact on immediate properties, not only on Glenview Crescent, but on Mary Street. You may have heard of Mary Street past, as well as on Harris Street. All the properties adjacent to this development are going to be affected in a negative way. We think that the plan that they propose will result in even worse flooding around those properties, especially in the spring, because of the way they want to rebuild the property from bottom up to make it, instead of being lower at the back of the property, it needs to be higher, so water will actually flow uphill. No, I mean down. I don't think the proponent has done anything I've seen yet. I just heard someone mention that there is an environmental assessment plan somewhere in this process, but I certainly haven't seen it. And I haven't seen any discussion of the environmental impacts on this site and the adjacent property. That is something that urgently needs to be done.
So anyways, what we get to is what happens to us? We start losing the ability to live in our homes. We start losing the value of our homes. Talking to real estate agents here, and we're just in the last few weeks to say, we're gonna get screwed in this process. At least a major loss in property value for up to 5 to 10 years while this process goes forward and the project gets built. I am heartened to hear that there was a commitment to at least build a fence, because we really are worried about access to our properties from all the residents on the other side of this. Right now, it's just a bunch of trees and plants, but a fence will help ensure our properties and our privacy is maintained. We're not convinced that that is actually gonna happen with this development. Anyways, my wife and I moved here to Perth 5 years ago with great expectations of getting away from this kind of a project. We lived in Westboro in Ottawa for most of our lives. And the last 10 to 15 years has been nothing but destruction of buildings. Little buildings becoming big, square, black boxes. And an entire shopping district transformed from a pleasant, healthy walk to a canyon of 10-story condo development buildings. I'm really hoping that the town of Perth doesn't think this is an acceptable image for itself, and following the experience of Ottawa and many other cities and towns in Canada. So from where we stand, and I hate to be the person that wants to suggest that this is a real thing to consider, but you should reject most of the zoning bylaw changes or exemptions that this proponent is suggesting. The most egregious one is the driveway coming into this site. It already is a very narrow driveway. They want to allow it to be even thinner than it is required under your zoning bylaws, which from my perspective seem to be quite sensible up to date. Suddenly there was an effort to throw them away. Do anything you want in this town. We'll go right ahead, but in the process, you're going to really offend an awful lot more residents of this town, including us. We like to be good neighbors. We don't think this project is from a bunch of people that will be good neighbors. And the driveway I mentioned, I think, is a very dangerous precedent in the town that would lead to a security of the safety of the residents of this proposed building. I just cringe when I think of the day some winter coming forward when one of the very large, nice red fire trucks in this town meets a garbage truck going the other way on that narrow little driveway. Anyways, that's all I have to say, and I'm quite willing to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for coming out and for voicing your opinion.
Just reminded of her capacity of the camera. She took, you know, the old line about one pitch is worth 1,000 words. This is the pitch of our backyard. We pass it down like that, is that legal? Just a look at, that's our backyard. With this development, we don't see that surviving in any form, or being a nice place that we like to have plants in, or trees and green space. It will disappear along with the property. The other big concern we have is that not only will this development get built, but you'll get a property creep, that they'll have access to adjacent properties which are a common nature, but also have the flooding issues that I discussed. That's a real possibility. So, thanks.
Thank you. Now, just to make sure we're getting fair here, there was another hand here, and I said you would be third person. And then we have some people that have come in from next door, and you will be following this gentleman. Thank you. Just the usual warning, get as close to the mic as you can without swallowing it. It's
Absolutely, is that okay?
That's good. Thank you.
Hey, everybody. My name is Isaac. I live at 77 Wilson Street West, so my property is directly beside this proposed development. As somebody in the trades, I can understand how buildings are built. I'm not surprised by a lot of what's been spoken about tonight. The big thing that did just surprise me is along with seeing a lot of groundwater that's been in my backyard over the last couple of years during the spring. I didn't realize the other day we were sold back to us the groundwater, and I am obviously concerned that if there's any more groundwater coming in my own backyard, off this, if the groundwater is not mitigated properly. So along with that, as I said, my home is directly beside that property, and I am concerned with the value of my investment being decreased. I've also had the privilege of having privacy in the backyard for quite a long time. So if I've got a 42-unit building or a 12-unit building in the adjacent property back there, I've lost a lot of that privacy. I would really encourage, if this does go forward, that it be there is at least an 8-foot high PVC neighbor-friendly fence built all the way around this property to try to maintain the privacy of everybody that's going to be adjacent to this. I do already struggle leaving my driveway quite often. Luckily, I leave pretty early in the morning to work, but quite often I'm back at 4:30, 5 o'clock, and I struggle getting into my driveway, especially during the school year. And then along with that, I'm also a volunteer firefighter for the Canadian community. I know many volunteer firefighters in Perth who we don't have sirens on our personal vehicles, we don't have flashing red lights, we don't have special right-of-ways. Wilson Street, Drummond Street, they're already challenging for us to get down when we do need to go to an emergency. And many of us need to respond to the fire hall, we don't have the option to just go straight to the scene. I've been delayed already many times trying to leave my driveway to get to an emergency call. And I can only imagine it's going to get worse if there's another couple of hundred units built on Wilson Street. Yeah, and along with the proposed driveway, with two units that are already at 79 Wilson Street, I've got a small parking spot in front of my house on the left-hand side is already being used as part of the neighbor's driveway. I can't imagine with a parking lot back there and only a, say, 10-foot wide driveway, it's going to be very neighbor-friendly. That's all I have. Thank you for hearing.
Thank you. So. Now, the people that were in the back room that had their chance to speak.
My name is Louise Darren, and I live on Harvey Street in Perth. I'll be very brief. I'm very much in favor of what Linden Co-op is trying to do, because I believe in building neighborhoods, building community, rather than just housing types. I do like the idea of infill, building in Perth rather than spreading out to take over green space, agricultural lands, and environmentally sensitive areas. And I do believe that a project like Linden would encourage walkable neighborhoods because it's situated within walking distance of the schools, swimming pool, and not too far from Stillers. I do think that we have to look to the future, and if we're thinking about our children and grandchildren, we know that we can't just keep spreading out like waves from every town, city, and that we need to rethink how much space we need individually. We don't need big lawns. I think gardens are wonderful, and Perth is becoming more and more beautiful as people do the gardens. And
I think that if we want to build community enough for our grandchildren, that we need to rethink our own positions and what we're looking for in space, in living space. And if we want to build, if we want to encourage housing rather than just pushing people to the fringes so that they're homeless or they can't, they're living in very poor conditions, we have to think about places like the co-op, like Huntington is trying to do. I do hear the gentleman who talked about the water problems that may be on the site, and I do believe that needs considerable study to see if it's fixable or how serious it is and how it will affect the building. But I do hope that the town will continue to look for infill spaces where we can build community in projects like London.
Thank you. Anyone else? Indicate by the usual manner, I show of hand if anybody else will speak. Sir, at the back and the.
This is Blake. Thank you for hearing me tonight, and certainly I am opposed to the rezoning of this area. Many of the reasons have already been stated, and I will not go into great detail. I am aware of the time this is taking. Certainly I am concerned about the environmental impact. I am concerned in the sense that I find it very hard to believe that replacing green space with a parking lot and an apartment building can somehow be construed as eco-conscious. I am also very concerned about the entrance and exit, which has been very covered to me. The one thing I think implied is that it is in fact right where the school buses turn into behind the community center to enter Stewart Public School. Again, it has been outlined that it is an area that is full of children, moms with strollers, etc. Those are two of my primary concerns. I am also concerned, as again this has been said, around the impact on the immediate community in which this co-op will be introduced to. And I feel that there has been a great deal of discussion, or certainly the use of words like communication and collaboration used by them as it pertains to the running of the co-op. And I would expect those same values to be extended to the community in which a building like this is imposed. I would certainly want to emphasize, as everyone else has, that I am not in opposition to the building of the co-op. I am in opposition to this particular location. I live on Mary Street in Perth. Certainly it does impact me directly. And I think, as you yourself, Councilor Burke, pointed out, that opinions around this type of thing may vary based on the vicinity in which you live to the proposed development. And just in listening, in fact, I had no plan on speaking. I feel that everybody's spoken before me has done a lovely job, and it's covered most of what is online. However, in listening to some of the discussion here, one thing has occurred to me, and that is there is a value placed on the embedding of the co-op, say 42 units or whatever it may be, in town, almost shoehorning it into an existing residential area, and the reasons being for walkability, the accessibility to our town, etc. However, it occurs to me that the current GoFundMe page that is listed outlines a 4.5 acre parcel that was meant to be outside Lanark Lodge on the Christie Lake Road. And so I do question the commitment around this particular claim that it must be central in town, and the first choice seemed to be a location that was in fact inside of town. with all due respect. Again, there's also been some talk about, the great amount of support around the co-op. I think there's some evidence of that in a GoFundMe page. That, in my opinion, is not representative of the current proposal as the support that was indicated there, still is beneath the description of this particular co-op going forward, on Christina Grove on Sunset near Glenark Lodge. And, I wonder, and I'm not sure, but I do question whether or not one who may support the notion of the co-op and the location of the Glenark Lodge would also similarly and blindly support it at the new site setting in Wilson Street. I do not see the locations as being equivalent. And so I think there's a little bit of perhaps misunderstanding, at least in some of the support that's been given. It's maybe it's what I would say support that was given in a different site. Because certainly I do think that the environmental concerns and the safety concerns especially, never mind the impact on the community, are far different and perhaps far away any of those concerns that may have existed on that initially proposed site. So I did want to point that out, as I've said, listened. Otherwise, I do appreciate the time that you've given me to speak your voicing my concerns.
Thank you very much. I'm just wondering for the record, did you just give your name and confirm your advising?
It's Chris Hollow.
Thank you very much. Anybody else wishes to speak? Yes, sir.
Yes, my name is Keith Idle. I live in 14 Glenview Crescent. Every spring, there's 3 foot water playing that backyard continuously. It holds for 3 weeks to a month before it comes out. We invested in a Generac that 5 years ago, in case the water goes there, power goes out. I like to ask Lyndon, from Wilson Street to our street is 0.07 meters low. Their lot is 485 feet long. They want 1 inch gravity every 10 feet. So that's going to be 48, 50 inches that side. So in my property, I'm going to have 6 feet built in my property. How do you like that? Following me? Maybe Lynn can say what they want to say. Proof is there, paper's there. 0.07 comes to about 27, 28 inches. 485 feet. 48 inches, add 2 together, you got 2 meters. Their property, my property, that much difference. So you'll be sticking up 5 feet higher than my property. If something happened, the water can't go upwards, it's gotta go down. It would be down at the bottom of the ditch. That's what we're very concerned with. You never protect that property in springtime. Just wouldn't have a good look at it. The water rain down there, it's terrible. We had Dr. Moxon and we had a big flood last year again, terrible. 4 or 5 acres, we had flood all the time. And you want to put a big place like that, I don't understand it. What about the poor little kids going to school? Well, that's not room. The hard time cross over already. With construction, would end up continuously. What's going to do that? Put a cross guard out, then there what? Fire comes in at that big building. Not wide enough for 2 people, two vehicles. What are you gonna do with that? They want to short it, make it smaller. The other gentleman turned around and said, we're gonna leave the hollow trees. Look at the diagram. Everyone can be cut down. All where the parking lot and the building. Everyone's gonna cut down. He said, oh, we're not gonna touch it. Look at that diagram. Everything's parked every down there. That's what I'm very concerned about, and the water situation is just terrible. I lived there 24 years, 25 years. Before that, you used to live there, shit flooded in the basement part. We got 2 sub pumps, 1 safety, and 1 back. on 2 breakers, and now I invested in a generator to keep water out. Now, do you want to put the big building like that on right behind us? Building way up high, the water goes on our property? I don't think so. I disapprove this 100%. That's all I gotta say. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Pending if someone else wishes to speak, I'm just gonna ask at this point for everybody's information and so they know where we are and how this process works, the clarification. Could I ask the director planning to come up and just explain where we are, that where all these comments get taken to the next stage, and that this is a preliminary stage, it's not a final decision on a structure? That's fair to you, but
Well, we'll try it. So, right now, we're at the public consultation stage. I always feel like I should be with people. And so this is obviously a critical component because, the majority of you that are opposed are living in the area and therefore you know the area better than any of the rest of us. That is fact. For example, our mapping system does not indicate a wetland or any environmental concerns, but we have people who specialize in those areas indicating that. So that's sort of knowledge that's inherent to you folks. And I think that's really important to recognize, and that's exactly why we have these meetings, so we can determine you know, that on the ground knowledge. We did have some information regarding all the flooding in the area, and it flooded a lot, and that was related to the developer who is, you know, going to have to do all the engineering work to work through that. So just in this sense, we take everybody's comments, written, verbal, and write it down. The zoning, if it were to be approved, is for the use of the property apartment, and then there's some caveats in terms of how close or far from the property line, the fact that we would want to have balconies on the second level, some basic things to sort of restrain the development in an appropriate way. Staff do share concerns, and they have been with the developer about the driveway, and they will have to come back and modify that. This has been sort of a quick turnaround in the fact that we're trying to get funding for affordable housing, and I think that in our original plan, it specifies that staff are to do that. The developer has provided as much information as possible, but there is very much more that needs to be provided, reviewed, and that will in all likelihood, almost certainly, modify that site plan to something different than what we have now. This is essentially almost like a pre-consultation that we see at staff level before it moves forward. But we're trying to work through this so that we can get the appropriate grant funding and have the affordable housing or missing middle housing, so that her needs. So the next stage is the site plan control agreement. Site plan control looks at how a property functions, both within itself, how it functions on the site, so parking, garbage, lighting, where are you storing snow, where are you putting the, you know, park space. And it also looks at how it affects the neighborhood, so do you need a fence, is you're making sure that lighting doesn't flood everywhere. In terms of water, each site is required to deal with its own stormwater, so it's not allowed to put water anywhere else, so there will have to be engineering solutions found by the developer to ensure that water doesn't go anywhere else. If there's been hydrogeology studies and all those other studies and talk to the types of soil, you mentioned organic soil, which is obviously part of the wetland. And so the building will have to be constructed so as to ensure the safety of that structure. To the point that climate change, I understand carbon sinking is very important. And I don't dismiss that comment at all. I think there will be trees removed if it is in fact wetland, which we didn't have that choice, and we'll have to look at. I can testify to, we will try to save as many trees as possible, but there will be a lot of move. But there will be required plannings to, have trees in those areas. And so we'll try to sort of, make the best of that situation. The best we can. So that all gets dealt with through the site plan, which is the next step. The zoning being passed is about the use. And, how it will affect the neighbors in terms of, like, it's a residential use, the residential use is not like we're putting an industrial building beside. Our residential area. So we sort of have to consider compatibility. And compatibility issues here are, lighting, water, parking, that sort of thing, which will all get reviewed during the site plan process. I hope that helps. I've been all night writing everybody's comments down. I know Nancy's been doing the same. We've received all their comments. And we will look at every one of those and work with the developer to mitigate or do the best we can to make this an appropriate site and a valuable part of the community.
Thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Councillor, for indulging that. Councillor Bolt.
Could I just ask a quick question, before you sit back and see? Just listening to all the concerns about the water, the groundwater, and the spring runoff and so on. In your opinion, if there's proper prep work done and site plan control addressing specifically the water and where it goes and how it gets there and so on, could that not also mean that perhaps with some tweaking, we could actually reverse the flow of the water, or at least keep it from flowing the way it's going now, in other words, redirect it? It's a technical question, and I don't know if you can answer it, but it's just, I'm listening here and wondering, maybe this could be used as an opportunity to help everybody.
I appreciate you asking that question. I am not an engineer, so I really can't answer. I mean, there's ways to engineer various things. I'm not gonna go in and make any sort of statement about that. I think Lindsay maybe has a. Yeah, thank you very much.
So, through the site, plan control process, we have to, show how we're gonna handle stormwater as well as servicing, so things like storm catch basins, things like that. You don't just kind of install those actually in parking lot areas, you can actually install them around the land as well. I'm working with Grant and his team on another development right now that actually does slope downwards to rear neighbors. And we're having to deploy a lot of things because not only can we not, have water drain onto the property, we have to improve ours, which is actually providing an improvement to our rear neighbors on the Drummond Street property. That actually do the same thing here. The mitigation that we do for water in this circumstance, I think would actually, provide positive impact to the other neighbors. We are not allowed to disturb ground and then have that ground direct water to neighbors after we disturbed it, so we are required to mitigate it. And I will say, Grant's team is a stickler. It took many rounds of feedback on the one project to get through that. They really hold a high bar on making sure that we do address that. So some of the work that we do, right, is we do a topographic survey. We measure all the elevations of the ground to determine where those points are, how you build it up, where you put in the storm catch basins, things like that. And so I would say, one of the reasons why there probably is water there is because it's a very long lot that doesn't have drainage. So it does just sit there. And I certainly, Eastern Engineering is going to be doing our mapping on all that is they're going to be not just putting stormwater catch basins and parking spots, but you do them actually all around the building to make sure that it's caught everywhere, in addition to like things like French strings and whatnot. So it would actually be important, I think, to our surrounding neighbors in addition to the actual.
Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing any other hands. Councillor Bolt, you have the recommendation in relation to oral comments.
Moved by myself, was recommended by the committee of the whole, be it resolved that the council of the town of Perth receive all oral comments from the public presented at the public meeting held on August 6, 2024, regarding zoning bylaw amendment application ZBL 05 2024, submitted by Linden Housing Development Cooperative The property municipally known as 79 Wilson Street West.
I'll call the question. Those in favour? That's unanimous. For everybody that's not aware how these things work, Councillor Woodfield's gonna read the recommendation in relation to moving this forward. It's not a recommendation that means you're gonna have a 42 unit built. That is not where we are. As the process develops, council may decide that it's not the thing that they're gonna support, because they can't make it work the way they want it to. And indeed, the developer may decide they can't make it work the way they want to. This is just to move it to the next stage. Councillor Waterfield, if you could read the recommendation.
With pleasure, Chair. After I read the motion, do I have your permission to make a comment?
Yes, it's your motion.
Thank you. As recommended by the Committee of the Whole, be it resolved that the Council of the Town of Perth, one, receive for information purposes the presentation and staff report CLW 2024-10.3 from the Director of Developmental Services regarding zoning bylaw amendment application ZBL-05-2024 Linden Housing Development Cooperative for 79 Wilson Street West. Number two, direct staff to bring forward the zoning bylaw amendment to council for approval. And three, direct staff to continue to work with the applicant through the site plan control process as presented in report 2024 CLW 10.3. My couple of comments are as follows. As an individual councillor, I have listened to all of your oral comments with great respect. I have read all of your documentation carefully. I have stated publicly in the past that we as a town need to have different kinds of housing at different price points to reflect a diversity of lifestyles and financial need. I'm confident that the applicant and our staff will work very closely, having read and listened to all of your concerns when they present the zoning bylaw amendment to this committee. I fully support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on the motion from council? I'll call the question then. Those in favour? Okay. That is passed unanimously. And that, apart from any further comments, that ends the public meeting in relation to 79 Wilton Street West. And we will be moving on with the rest of the council agenda for a committee of the whole meeting. Which most of you that came tonight, thank you for coming. Well, we'll probably not want to listen to. Yes, and there will be a 5-minute recess. Council member.
Exactly.
The best thing that ever happened to your life.
We are going to resume with delegations. The first one is report back on the active transportation plan. Sorry, I jumped ahead. Quick one here from Deputy Mayor, the approval of the minutes, adoption of the minutes, sorry.
Moved by myself, the minutes of the regular committee of the whole meeting held on to 4th and June 11, 2011, 2024 be approved.
Full question? Aye, unanimous. So delegations, this is active transportation plan. Welcome Asushi and senior transportation engineer Mike Carrier, urban planner. And this is has been requested by the town, so this is fire away.
Through you, Chair, I'm just gonna do a quick introduction. As you said, Austin and Mike are here joining us tonight from Parsons Inc. And we're excited that the town has worked with them to collaborate on the creation of the active transportation plan for the town of Perth. They're gonna provide more of a high level overview of some of the findings and the recommendations. And then what they're gonna be doing is sharing the report with you, and then we'll be sharing it with the public as well and bringing it back to council for final approval later this fall. So you'll get into the weeds later on as you go through the report yourself, but this is just a first introduction to the high level summary of the report itself. So I'll pass it over to them.
Okay, thank you, Kathy.
Yeah, you just gotta speak really close to it.
Really close, okay, no problem.
Pull forward.
Right there, okay, perfect. Okay, well, good evening, Mr. Chair and Mr. Council. As Kathy said, my name is Austin Sheets, I'm a transportation engineer at Parsons, and I'm here with Mike Carrier, a colleague of mine who helped prepare this active transportation plan, and we're really excited to present some highlights to you tonight. Next slide, please. So, quick agenda, it's about a 10 to 12 minute presentation. We're going to begin with myself talking about some of the general introductions, and then Mike is going to proceed talking about some of the details, including the needs and opportunities and recommendations. And then I'll circle back and wrap it up with some cost estimates. Next slide, please. We'll begin with our Indigenous acknowledgements. We respectfully acknowledge that the land on which we gather is the traditional homes of various Indigenous peoples. As we work towards reconciliation, may we all live with respect on this land and live in peace and friendship with all of its diverse peoples. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'm going to set the stage before I let Mike take over. What is an active transportation plan? Essentially, it's a blueprint for planning, implementing, operating, and maintaining the active transportation network. Why is it important? Well, I think we all can agree, it helps foster and create a healthier, more vibrant and connected community. It supports and encourages various forms of active transportation, making it convenient, safe, and enjoyable for everyone. So the municipal class environmental assessment process. So this is simply a recognition that this plan was prepared following a provincial process, which essentially stipulates that there must be public and stakeholder consultation. So if you refer to the image to the top right, that is our general schedule for this project over the last 6 months, which included a working group which we consulted with, including various local interest groups, agencies, as well as adjacent municipalities, and including staff, as well as a public information center where we met in person and presented information for feedback. And all of this led to what is our vision for the active transportation plan. And our vision is to create a vibrant, accessible Perth where walking, cycling, and rolling are not just modes of transport, but a way of life, contributing to the sustainable use of the town's assets, its tourism economy, and the health and well-being of its residents. So now, next slide, please. I'll turn it over to my colleague, Mike, who will go over some of the better details of the active transportation plan. Thank you, Austin. We all Next slide, please. This slide. So currently within PERC, there are numerous existing transportation policies that support active transportation as seen on the right hand side of this slide. These policies were recognized in our work and have been built upon in this plan. As shown in the top two charts, most residents work in PERC, with 2/3 traveling less than 3 kilometers. The bottom two charts show that most of these trips are made by personal vehicle. For trips less than a kilometer, we see a split in travel modes, with vehicles being the predominant choice. And as trip distance increases, so does the dominance of vehicle usage. These results beg the question to why users prefer driving for short distances over walking or cycling. And if better understood, are there opportunities to convert these vehicle trips to active modes? Next slide, please. As part of the active transportation plan, a survey was conducted in winter of 2024 with over 230 respondents to better understand trends and thoughts on active transportation. We found that the majority of respondents were retired. Roughly half of respondents were comfortable walking within the PERC, and in general, cycling was less popular than walking and jogging. As seen in the chart below, virtually none of the respondents were comfortable cycling in roadways with vehicles, whereas half of the respondents were comfortable cycling on trails or pathways. Nearly half the respondents indicated that they were uncomfortable walking, jogging, or cycling along the bridges. This may be suggested to reasons why people are willing to drive for short trips within PERC. We also asked respondents to identify preferred locations for improving connections, as well as cyclists which corridors they prefer using. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Here are two maps indicating the existing sidewalk facility inventory and current gaps in the sidewalk network. Currently, there are approximately 37 kilometers of sidewalks with great coverage in the core area, while gaps in the network are generally located in the town's periphery. Next slide, please. Here is a map of existing cycling infrastructure which provides just under 14 kilometers of on and off-road facilities within the town. The town has the benefit of a number of off-road trails, but is lacking in dedicated cycling facilities in the urban center. As you can see from the map, there are a number of cycling facilities, however, they are isolated and disconnected, which may be one of the triggers for why people choose to use their vehicles for short trips and are not comfortable cycling within the town. Next slide, please. So this slide summarizes some of the different challenges and barriers to the adaptation and expansion of the active transportation network within the town that must be overcome to achieve the vision for the active transportation plan. They include judicial, physical, and natural barriers that must be overcome, such as working with the Ministry of Transportation on crossing Highway 7, getting approval from the Canadian Pacific Kansas City rail line for any work occurring near the rail corridor, uncertainties regarding future developments such as the PERC Golf Course, providing adequate crossings along the Tay River, providing safe routes that avoid truck routes or other significant conflicts with cyclists, transportation network right of way constraints can limit the types of facilities we can offer along corridors, and finally, the cost of implementation, which we consider the financial implication of these projects. Next slide, please. Here is a summary of identified needs and opportunities. These range from policies, infrastructure, and programming gaps and opportunities that can be leveraged through this plan. Next slide, please. So now we will discuss our recommendations and how we develop them. This slide summarizes some of the approaches we took to developing solutions to address various needs and opportunities that were previously identified. We recognized earlier a number of existing policies that already exist that support pedestrian modes of travel. So we will look to strengthen these policies and target gaps for investment. For cyclists, there are fewer policy statements and more room for growth in the network. So we developed specific criteria that help us identify locations for strategic enhancements in order to help maximize the town's investment. An example of this is provided on the right, which shows some of our route selection criteria for cycling enhancements. Finally, we also developed design guidelines based on provincial national standards for different types of active transportation facilities as they are listed below. Next slide, please. So this slide showcases best practices for cycling planning and design that we incorporate into the active transportation plan. In the top right, we identify the different types of users, including those who will not cycle whatsoever, to those who are wary depending on the situation, which was reflected in the online survey where we found people had a very low desire to cycle if mixed with vehicle traffic on roads. These are the people we want to target with this plan. We also identified different types of cycling facilities that range from paved shoulders and bike lanes that are on the roads to higher order facilities like cycle paths and multi-use pathways that are separated from the road. With the nomographs in the bottom right, this helped us choose which cycling facility is appropriate for different corridors based on the local context. Next slide, please. So altogether, this leads us to the recommended active transportation networks. 3 separate network scenarios were developed: an immediate network, a targeted network, and an ideal network. The immediate network represents enhancement that can be implemented in the short term, roughly within the next 5 years. These are generally low cost and easier to implement facilities, but still provide some tangible benefits to the active user. For example, pavement markings and signs can help provide visual cues to drive along corridors that cyclists may be sharing the road with vehicles. The target network represents a long-term but feasible active transportation network and features higher order facilities and higher quality surface treatment. For example, this may include cycle tracks or the expansion and extension of the trail network. And finally, the ideal network reflects an aspirational outlook for active transportation in the town. If significant barriers to adaptation are overcome and potential opportunities are leveraged. It's important to state that this scenario was provided with information only to showcase what may be possible. The potential cost for this network scenario was not estimated because of the uncertainty of the level of mitigation that may be required for different approving agencies. Next slide, please. So here we have a pedestrian facility gap program, which simply identifies gaps in the pedestrian network that should be filled and prioritizes them according to the network scenario. Next slide, please. This slide shows the immediate network scenario that focuses on cycling infrastructure. The intent was to improve connectivity within the core and provide redundancy so that there are different route options for cyclists to take to navigate within and through the town. It features a number of shared road designations in dashed green, which means corridors that have been identified as preferred corridors for cyclists to share the road with vehicles. And these corridors would be augmented with pavement markings and signage. As you can see in the top right, we strategically chose corridors that provide access to destinations such as the downtown core and existing cycling facilities, cycling infrastructure such as the trail networks and paved shoulders. And we also want to ensure cyclists would be able to traverse the entire town from Highway 7 to the north to South Street in the south. We propose paved shoulders in dash yellow, which can accommodate both pedestrians and cyclists on road corridors that have a rural context such as South Street. We introduced some separated cycling facilities that provide slightly improved cycling conditions, including bike lanes, which are noted in dash red lines. More specifically, we fill the gap on Sunset Boulevard between the existing paved shoulder on County Road and Wilson. Next, on Drummond Street, we transition from a shared road facility to bike lanes at Perkins that extends across Highway 7, navigating the intersection and connecting the future growth areas north of the highway. Finally, we provide bike lanes between the existing Riverside Trail at John Street down to South Street along Rogers Road. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the targeted network scenario, again, focusing on cycling infrastructure. In addition to the intent of the immediate network scenario, the intent of the target network scenario was to improve user safety and coverage. As you can see on the map to the right, most existing trails and bike lanes are upgraded to higher quality infrastructure such as multi-use pathways and cycle tracks. As indicated by the gray dash lines, we propose upgrades to segments of the Rideau Heritage Trail to the multi-use pathways, along Riverside between the town boundary and the southeast end to Sherbrooke, and Common Farm between Scotch Line and Bathurst. Enhancements to the Tay Trail includes upgrades to the multi-use pathway and further extending the trail south to John Street. We also propose upgrades to Drummond Street, Duffin Street, and Sunset Boulevard bike lane, Sunset Boulevard and Roger Road bike lanes to cycle tracks as indicated by the pink dash lines. Next slide, please. This slide shows the ideal network scenario that represents aspirational enhancements to the network. The intent of the ideal network scenario was to improve connectivity to County Road 511 and the developments north of Highway 7 and pedestrianizing the downtown core. To realize these enhancements requires addressing all the barriers and leveraging all opportunities that have been mentioned previously. As you can see on the map, to the right, multi-use pathways represented by gray dash lines are proposed for the first for the Canadian Pacific Kansas City Rail Corridor connecting County Road 43 to Highway 7 at the County Road 511 intersection. So this corridor would offer off-road facility, improve connectivity on Algonquin College campus in the east side of town, and improve connectivity to County Road 511 in the northwest side. The second, multi-use pathways provided between Drummond and County Road 511 north of Highway 7. This would create an off-road connection between proposed cycling infrastructure within the development north of Highway 7 and connecting to County Road 511, improving access to regional cycling routes. Finally, the Living Street identified by the purple dash line in the downtown area represents a pedestrianization treatment, which aims to improve pedestrian cyclist safety and comfort, accommodate parking, improve accessibility to the site, and provide a unique character to the downtown area. It is important to note that realizing these aspirational enhancements will require further study and collaboration with various partners and stakeholders to address the barriers to implementation and leverage all opportunities. Next slide, please. So this slide identifies policy recommendations for implementing the active transportation plan. These include establishing new design standards, updating the sidewalk policy to increase the provision of sidewalks, updating the maintenance practices to consider a winter cycling network. Next slide, please. Updates to subdivision and site plan development, working with partners on education and promotional programming, and updating the speed management policy to consider 40 km/h treatments along roads identified as shared routes. I will now pass it on to Austin. Thank you, Mike. Only a couple more slides to go. Apologize, we didn't realize the screen was so high, so I know some of these slides are a little bit difficult to read, but as Kathy mentioned earlier, we'll have this presentation as well as our draft report up to share with the public and council, so they can read in depth some of this information that we're presenting. So I'm just going to wrap this up with a brief discussion about the capital costs. Next slide, please. So the total capital cost for all of the active transportation projects in the immediate and target network scenarios is approximately $33 million. The pedestrian facility gap program, which essentially is filling in the gaps in the sidewalk network that would be preferred, covers roughly 45% of that total capital cost, so approximately $15 million. The cycling supported facilities, which includes all those separated facilities, including bike lanes, cycle tracks, multi-use pathways, and trails that Mike went over, accounts for the remaining $17 million, or approximately 55% of the total capital cost. Next slide, please. So apologies again, difficulty in reading, but this is simply a breakdown of the immediate and the targeted networks. It includes all of the different cycling facilities. It also includes locations we identified as areas for enhancements to the pedestrian crossing treatments, so pedestrian crossovers. And as you can see, the pedestrian facility gap programs with the sidewalk fills represent the lion's share of the immediate network costs. And it's important to stipulate that even though it's identified within the immediate network, there is discretion and flexibility given to staff, given budgetary limitations to implement these when the opportunities best arise through either bundled projects, funding, and so on and so forth. And then to the right, the table represents the targeted network, which shows more of the higher order cycling facilities such as multi-use pathways, and trails, and so on. And as you can see, the pedestrian program diminishes in cost since we are dealing with fewer or lower priority corridor locations. So you can see the grand total again is approximately 33 million. So that concludes our presentation. So the next slide is our final summary slide. So thank you for your patience and listening, and happy to entertain any questions.
Thank you, Liz. Councillor Bolt and then the Mayor.
So just a question and then a comment. You refer to cycling lanes, are you referring to primarily manually driven bicycles with pedals, or are you talking about e-bikes, or are you talking about all of the above?
So generally speaking, when it comes to bike lane or other cycling infrastructure, we do include e-bikes, our pedal assist e-bikes, not throttled, so it has to be manually powered. And this is as per the Ontario regulations,
So having heard that answer, my concern is that I, see more and more in this community, because we are an aging town. I'm living proof of that. I see more and more people on scooters, everywhere. I see more and more e-bikes. Many of them driving in the wrong places at the wrong times at the wrong speeds. You mentioned earlier in your presentation about the whole idea of teaching people proper cycling techniques and so on. I mean, that's all part and parcel of the whole thing. Clearly, Perth was designed over 200 years ago, as a military town. The streets were made narrow, they weren't thinking of the automobile back then, they had horse and buggy, they had wooden sidewalks. So clearly, and you've already addressed it, in the peripheral areas where you've got the width to allow for cycle lanes, I would support 100%. My concern obviously is the downtown core. My biggest overall concern is the overall cost. I mean, we're struggling as a council to try to, keep on an even keel here as it is. So I don't see it happening personally, unless federal government or Richmond can throw some money our way anytime sooner rather than later. That was just my thought. Thank you.
Thank you. The Mayor, then Councillor Waterfield, and then Councillor McCrae.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about Drummond Street a little bit, you mentioned it, and also the connection with the Meadow subdivision. So, first of all, what sort of treatment do you see for putting a bike lane along Drummond Street? And then secondly, this rather substantial subdivision to the north of Highway 7, and people want to be able to connect with the town. We had at one point thought of putting a sidewalk on one side of Highway 7, but their response was, they're not doing anything until 2026, and if you put one in, we'll take it out. So how would you address that concern also, to try and get people from the subdivision to the mall or whatever?
So for users that are coming from the Meadows subdivision, in order to try to connect them to the downtown, to the rest of Perth proper, we do offer that one bike lane that would eventually be upgraded to a cycle track. The way that we oriented that was, so anybody that was coming from the north, there's an opportunity to cross the road at 2 points. We put those crossing at points that directly connect users to the use, as well as the shoppers. And then beyond that, where our along Drummond, where the right of way is very restrictive, that's where we propose the shared route facilities. So that would include signage, pavement markings, changes to bylaw to slow vehicles down, as well as other interventions to try to calm the corridor and make it safe for everyone. So that's one of the ways that we're trying to connect users. The other aspirational ways were the rail corridor, which will be a lot more work to realize. So we wanted to have a shorter term connection in case that didn't work. And then another option, and this is to more or less connect users to the west from the Meadows development and try to get them to either County Road 511 or the Canadian Tire through that east-west corridor that will be on the north side of the highway. It's my understanding as well that MTO is looking to put in sidewalks along stretches of Highway 7. We're hoping to tie into that infrastructure with the current biking and pedestrian crossovers as they are.
Like someone would talking by the lane of some sort. But your suggestion would be to put a bike lane of some sort on one side of Drummond.
It would be on both sides. So the idea is you want unidirectional travel. When we put the bike lanes on one side, you have issues when you come to intersections with crossing. There's a lot of potential risks to users, and we want to make it safe, easy to navigate. So we're suggesting the unidirectional bike lanes on either side of the road. And then where the bike lanes would end, that's where we would have that pedestrian crossing to assist users.
So what's it? Through the chair to gentlemen, I thank you for your comprehensive presentation. I'm not going to get into the weeds and specific questions. I'm a huge proponent of active transportation. My question is, what are the practical next steps? The report is quite comprehensive. It's exciting. However, we are a town that has roughly a $17 to $18 million budget. Looking at the immediate and targeted recommendations, we're looking at 33 million. There's obviously a practical disconnect there. So as an individual counselor, what will be value added for me in terms of next steps and going forward, recognizing the financial realities, is saying within the intermediate, here are some small chunks that perhaps we could recommend to you, and doing it in a tiered fashion over a number of budgetary cycles, and also working with our planning department with regards to other funding opportunities from other levels of government and so forth. What's frightening me to death as somebody who is a champion of active transportation is that this is going to land up on a shelf collecting dust. And I don't want that to happen. So looking at the financial realities, well, I'm not going to call it an expense, I'm going to call it an investment in terms of creating a town of wellness. We need to be practical here. So I think in terms of next steps, recommending small chunks over a period of time, I think would be practical. So my question was a little bit convoluted, but I certainly appreciating comments from you and from Kathy as well with regards to what I just brought up.
Thank you for that question, through the chair. Everything really starts with a plan. So having it documented is the first step. Federal funding, provincial funding, those all have to be approved planning documents. So you have to have a policy in place to be able to apply and get the grants, get the money. So that's the public side. We've embedded within the plan direction and policy statements that give you the tools to go to the development side of things, go to the development applications to require if there are gaps along frontages for future developments. You have the tools in place to request that they fill those gaps as part of the development application process. In terms of your comment related to providing practical smaller chunks, our recommendation certainly can be viewed that way. So the big number in the immediate term in network is the sidewalk gaps. It's filling in the sidewalks to the level that would be ideal. That is subject to the funding, that is subject to your budgetary constraints. And we simply would think of those as, these are high priority areas to be filled when you can fill. You'll notice in the immediate network, the actual cycling facilities, those costs are quite small. And then in the long term, or at least the targeted network, there's no time frame set. It's greater than 5 years. And the reason for that, it's deliberate, is that there are other policy documents this active transportation plan needs to feed into. There's a transportation master plan that looks at the road network, the long-term road network build, other modes of transportation, transit, so on. There are opportunities to bundle projects. So whatever that transportation master plan is done, if it identifies future road network requirements, future road network needs, there are ways that they can incorporate some of these projects in the active transportation plan within that element. So there's some, I guess, double counting here, because this active transportation is focused only on the active transportation network, but there are ways to bundle these projects together with needed road renewal projects, needed, long-term road network needs. So if you were to do all of your active transportation projects in isolation, yes, it is 33 million. It is a big number. So we certainly expect there's going to be opportunities to integrate this with other projects within the town over some time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could I get a comment from Kathy with regards to my concerns or a comment?
Through the chair, just echoing what Austin said, essentially was it's great to see all these ideas come to life, but then when you look at the actual price tag, it makes you want to stop literally in your tracks. So it's actually, we've had discussions in terms of how do you integrate this, not have it become a shelf document and make sure that it's something that we can use in the future. So it's exactly as Austin laid it out there for future development opportunities or to mesh it in with the transportation master plan. This is a starting point to help us get to move forward. But I do think that there are small wins that we can get from this so that we can see that maybe don't take a huge budgetary commitment, but allows us to demonstrate our commitment to active transportation in ways that are financially feasible for council with our existing budgets, but then looking for the future about how we can integrate that for future grant opportunities as well.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Greg.
Through the chair, comment and then a question. So over the next 10 years, Ontario is investing approximately $320 million. And the federal government, $407 million under the community culture and rec infrastructure stream to invest in infrastructure for active transportation. Now that we have a plan, we can actually apply for some of these grant opportunities. I understand the first application period is closed, but there may be another round coming up. So there's an opportunity right there. So we pick them up one by one, priority after priority. One of the questions I have, and it's in regards to Douro Farm Park. Will the active transportation schedule be embedded into that park as well, because it's an up and coming park. So will we make provisions for active transportation as we move forward with the development of that, and has that been included in the cost?
Through the chair, we did have discussions about how do we look at the future use of Douro Farm, and specifically how do we make networks lead to that space in a safe way. So we talked a lot about Kennedy Road 10 in terms of what that can look like coming off South Street or coming, from Cullen Farm and coming up the industrial road towards the back end of Douro Farm. So we did have discussions pertaining to that, but still not knowing what the future lies for Douro Farm. It did make us pause a little bit in terms of what that could look like. I don't know if you have comments you want to add.
No, I think that sums up as well.
Thank you. Thank you. If there's no further comment or questions from council, thank you very much for the presentation, and we'll move forward. Thank you. Ramsey has waited very long. Oh, sorry, I've got to get through. You can come and sit and get ready. We have a motion by Councillor Ball there, please.
Moved by myself, as recommended by the committee of the whole, be it resolved, the council of the town of Perth receive for information the delegation of Austin Shee, senior transportation engineer, and Mike Carrier, urban planner, Parsons Inc., as presented at the committee of the whole meeting on August the 6th, 2024.
Call the question, those in favour? Unanimous? Okay, Ramsey. Off you go, I think it's how long? 10 minutes.
Great, thanks, thank you, Chair, thanks, councillors, Mayor, and Mayor, and thanks to everyone that came out tonight. I apologize to those I invited, I did not realize it would be this long. I've been told I better make this good to make it something worth their wait, so I will do my best. Next slide, please, Michael. So, my plan originally was to provide my annual update with some, new things happening this year, but really what I would like to focus on primarily is the town funding, as that's coming up for question later tonight. So we'll touch on the other things, but I'm going to spend most of my 10 minutes talking about town funding. Next slide, please. As I'm sure you hopefully know by now, there is a food insecurity challenge in Perth and throughout Canada. This is a very helpful infographic from our health unit. I really encourage you to look at it every year. It provides a very startling picture about how challenging it can be to meet the food requirements of different households. I think conservatively estimating that 15% of households in our region are food insecure. Next slide, please. One of the things we've been seeing that impacts our bottom line in both demand of our services as well as the costs of doing our services is food inflation. Fortunately, things have chilled out a little bit, but it's not like they've gone backwards. So that 3% increase we saw this year is on top of the 11.4% increase we saw last year. So, over a couple of years, we've had a 20% increase in the cost of food. Housing is also a challenge. Next slide, please. And approximately almost 40% of renters in our region are in core housing need, which means they're spending more than 30% of their income on housing, which means they have very little to pay for the groceries that they need. Next slide, please. We haven't seen the dramatic increases in food bank use that some food banks, and particularly in urban areas, have. But we have over the last 2 years seen a steady trend upwards. Doesn't particularly matter what each of those different colored lines indicates. They're different indicators of who's using the food bank and how often. But overall, you can see the general trend is upwards, about 10% a year over the last couple of years. Next slide. As proud as we are of all of our various programs to support community members, we do recognize the limitations that they have in actually resolving food insecurity, which is why we're spending an increasing amount of resources, and we're excited to be supported in that work to provide policy-based solutions to food insecurity. And so we've been collaborating with folks across the province and across the country, promoting the disability benefit, which could have been much better than it was. And we continue to work on that. Thank you to the town of Perth for supporting the concept of basic income, something we've been proud to support through helping found the Land Basic Income Network. We've also been advocating for something called the grocery benefits and national food insecurity targets. I'm more than happy to get into the weeds with any of those if you'd like to chat about them over coffee sometime. And we're also really encouraged about the news for affordable housing, as we've been advocating on affordable housing for many years, including the CHIP development, Care Bridge, and the limited housing we heard about earlier tonight. Next slide. We do a lot of stuff. There it is in bullet form. Obviously, in 10 minutes, I can't possibly go into details about any one of those programs, or we'd be here till well past midnight. Suffice to say, our programs, some people still refer to us as the food bank, which continues to be our largest program, but we do so much more than that. Next slide, please. In 2023, we served 13,620 community meals. We had 3,250 visits to the food bank, which also includes pickups and deliveries, which continue to be a large part of our offering. We provided 2,694 fresh food boxes, had almost 1,400 visits to the community navigators, and all of that was made possible by over 13,000 volunteer hours. More than the stats, what we create at the table is a real sense of community and belonging with the folks that volunteer and participate in our programs. Next slide. We collaborate with the town in a variety of ways, and we really want to thank the town for the ongoing support and great collaborations, and what truly I think can be called a partnership that we have. We get storage space for our food in the jail cells at 1881 Rogers Road. It's locked up very securely there. We collaborate on events like Zombie Walk, the Holiday Train, and the Festival of Lights. You provide us with garden space at Lassville Park, Rogers Road, and the new James Place Lawn Garden, which is really blooming. Unintended. Next slide, please. There are a couple of the plots that the gardeners have put in James Place. The next slide shows the beginning of a community orchard, generously donated by table supporters who are looking for another place to plant some fruit trees in memory of their granddaughter. Next slide. On to the crux of this evening's discussion. The table also receives and is very grateful for an annual grant of $15,000. This is very important at this time, given the other funding challenges we are facing. We've seen a 20% drop in individual donations in April, May this year. Every time we submit a grant application, we hear back from grantors that they are incredibly oversubscribed, that they're getting 2, 5, 10 times the amount of grant requests that they have funds to distribute. And so it is a challenging fiscal time for us. And having the core support from the town of Perth is really helpful from year to year to know that there is something that we have been able to count on over the last, well, since our inception, really, and certainly the 10 years of my tenure at the table. Core funding is a rare thing in the charity world. Core funding allows you to keep the lights on, it allows you to pay staff. It means you don't have to come up with some new fancy project to pitch to a foundation that's going to want to fund something new and novel, as opposed to just your core basic operating costs. The table receives no core federal or provincial funding. Over the last number of years, the only other government funding aside from municipal funding we've received has been for Canada Summer Jobs, which we can use to hire a couple of summer students. Only one of this year, in fact, as opposed to the 3 we've gotten last year, as an indication of the times that we're living in. We can't use that to, as a, pay the hydro or pay the lights, we can't even use it to buy food. It's only able to pay part of the wages of our summer youth program. At times, the table's been, or it's been suggested that the table should use our grant just for buying food. And if we did that, if we allocated our $15,000 grant to food, that would make about the costs of the food of one of our 3-week meals. So if that funding was reduced and we'd only allocated it to food, that would mean essentially we'd be out of one community meal a week. Or it would mean about 14% of the food bank budget would be food. Fortunately, we don't allocate our funds that way, and I'm not suggesting that we would drop a meal if this funding was eliminated. We would work hard to make that happen in some way, or shift things around because we do have that flexibility. But that gives you a sense of the impact of $15,000 at the table. The proposal to change the community granting system, I think, is really ill-conceived. And it's ill-conceived in a number of ways. Firstly, it's not going to resolve the financial challenges that the town is facing. The proposal would eliminate about $40,000 if my back of the envelope math is correct, of funding that goes out to the local community organizations that currently receive funding. That's 0.06% of the town's $17 million budget. I'm afraid you're going to have to find other ways of balancing the budget. And I don't think we should be looking to balance the budget on the backs of those that are most vulnerable in the communities. It's going to increase the workload of town staff. If you go to a rotating grant system, it means they're going to be reviewing a litany of grant applications from whatever criteria organizations that you decide would apply for those grants. And every year, the town staff are going to have to review them, decide on who gets funded, redo their contribution agreements every year. And Victoria's in the back and knows all the grant funding applications, how much fun it is. Can be a lot of fun, actually, to be truthful, but it's also a ton of work running a granting program. So as opposed to supporting core organizations, core social services in the town, you're gonna be creating a annual granting process that's gonna create a lot of work for your town staff. These changes will significantly impact some of the town's core social and community services. I've been asked by YAC to say that they have exhaustively searched for alternate sources of funding to cover their rent, which is what they use their town grant for. They are unable to because funding rent is not something that most funding agencies want to do. And the loss of the $30,000 of funding to YAC would likely, quite possibly, result in YAC having to close its doors. The Earth Citizens Band, you may have heard, practicing in a room not too far from here, told me that for many years, the band has relied on the town grant for a significant portion of its annual operating budget. Without this ongoing support, it's uncertain if the band could have maintained its consistent presence serving the community for all these many years. What would our town look like if we refunded snowplows and the hockey arena once every 5 years? That's what you're asking of social services. Turn on grants based on once a session every 5 years. Just doesn't really make any sense.
Just want to give you a time expired one, we could take another minute.
Great. The process hasn't consulted those most involved, and the proposal doesn't include any description of the impact on the organizations that are currently receiving funding. It also doesn't treat all of the organizations equally. Some have a protected status well because there's a bylaw, some legacy bylaws in place, while others don't have the benefit of such bylaw. And lastly, I think it will be clear, we demonstrated, if you haven't checked your inboxes yet today, that the community is not in favor of this approach. I've been very encouraged by the responses I've had to email I sent to this afternoon by the numbers of people that have emailed council to indicate their opposition to this proposal. I encourage you not to accept the recommended option for changes to the community grants program. I encourage you to consult with your community partners about best ways forward. I realize the fiscal constraints the town is under. I've had to face them myself, managing the table. I've had to make tough decisions, so I don't envy the place you're in. But again, I don't think it should be taken out on the backs of the community's most vulnerable and the community organizations that are taking your funding, modest amounts of funding, and doing great work in the community. Thanks for your time tonight, and I look forward to any questions you have.
Thank you. I would like just to remind council that we are, if we ever get to it, going to deal with the issue of grants to others later on. So if you do have a question, rather than a statement of support, question at this point, given the time constraint. Your worship.
People of time constraint and the fact that it's already 10 minutes after 9. And the fact that there's a number of people waiting here. I would suggest that with council's permission, we bring that item above the recommendation for the grants to others forward and discuss it at this time.
Well, we do have another deliberation. So, questions for Ramsey at this point? No.
Hey, Ramsey, thank you for your presentation. I'll ask you the question I ask you every year, or used to ask you, you guys gave the regular presentation. So first giving $15,000, the townships don't get anywhere near that. What are you doing to increase their amounts to help your organization? Because I realize being on county council, they tell me that a lot of people who utilize the food bank probably live in Perth now because it's easier to, because of their life situations, it's easier to live in the town than it is to live in the townships for transportation and other issues. But as counselors, we always have to look at where we're spending money, and we always have to be the ones to sort of say, we agree with you, we don't agree with you, we're not trying to upset people and hurt people, but sometimes when I get presentations here and I see the actual numbers, and I say that T Valley is, I think, giving $3,000 a year to you, and Charles Elson is $1,000. Yeah, we get 15,000, so.
Yeah, the vast majority of our user base is for
Sure, so, and I know people in the country who use your services and have food to them and stuff, so what I'm saying to you is, you go to those two townships and say, you need to be the good partner also. And have you gone this year? Are you going to go just like you're here tonight?
I go every year.
What,
I have asked them to increase their amounts.
and have you been
And
successful?
yes, with Dave Allen, that was North Elmsley. And when we last did the analysis, the ratio of users was about proportional to the amounts we get from Bird.
And so I hear that, I expected that, but are you going to go again and say they need to make it up a bit, in the idea of we're all here to help everyone?
Absolutely.
Okay. Cause it just. It comes to a point where we seem to over grant everybody compared to our neighbors and other people.
I'd be happy to run an analysis. It's a bit complicated because, you know, if you search our users by address.
Yeah.
They all come up Bird.
Well,
We know very much, yeah, so we can do it by postal code, more or less, and I'd be happy to run that analysis for you again.
I've been down that road where people always say I'm from birth in order to get different grants and stuff, so either way, I'm a little, it's difficult sometimes when people on the street ask me, I mean, we're all in favor of the food bank, right, we've supported it forever. But when people say in the street, you can see the real disparity in the numbers, and you just wanna say, what are these organizations doing to the other municipalities who benefit by it? And can they help us out a little bit more?
Councilor Wakefield. Chair, further to the mayor's request to move the motion pertaining to the grants of others up. What I would recommend is that we listen to the next delegation, and then after the next delegation, I would request that that item be moved up at that time. In reference to the many people that are here specifically for this.
Entertain it then, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next delegation is. Oh, yes. Everyone, you have the motion to receive this information.
Yes. The move by myself was recommended by the committee of the whole, we have resolved the council of the town for hereby receive for information delegation from Ramsey Bart, Executive Director, the Table Community Food Center, as presented at the committee of the whole meeting on August 6th, 2024.
Full question, those in favor? Unanimous.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next is Erica Eason, and CEO and Chief Librarian of the Perth District Union Public Library Board Strategic Plan Update. Hello, welcome. Thank you for waiting so patiently.
Thank you. Close to the microphone there. Thank you, and we'll start with the next slide, please. Thank you for that introduction. As most of you know, my name is Erica Heason, and I'm the CEO and Chief Librarian of the Perth District Union Public Library. Our Union Public Library, of course, serves the three municipalities, Perth, Drummond, North Elmsley, and Tay Valley, which has a combined permanent population of just over 20,000 people or 10,000 households. And of course, that population increases during the summer months with seasonal residents. Our library board is made up of one representative from each of our supporting councils and two volunteer representatives from each of the communities. We're governed by the Ontario Public Libraries Act, and the board ensures that our library provides a comprehensive and efficient public library service in response to our community's needs. Our trained frontline staff are people focused, responding to those unique needs by developing, providing, and offering education and entertainment through books, ebooks, audiobooks, DVDs, streaming film, and more to community members at home or in the library. Support for families and seniors. We provide no and low cost programs, activities, and supports for children, teenagers, and families and seniors in our community. In 2023, we offered 411 programs and had over 4,000 attendees. We provide connection through equitable, reliable access to broadband internet through our public computers, our Wi-Fi, and lending internet hotspots so that our community can make personal and professional connections. We also assist community members in the area of economic development in upgrading their technology skills, applying for jobs online, or using our free study rooms to work from home or to meet with clients. In 2023, we had over 1,000 meeting room bookings or over 2,000 hours of use, with 1,700 of those hours being in study rooms. We also offer STEM and coding workshops to help children learn and help adults develop modern job skills. Next slide, please. So the library's mission is to share knowledge, foster community, and enrich lives. We strengthen programming and events offered to our residents and visitors, particularly in offering programs for youth and seniors, and focused on early literacy, learning technology, and crafting. The library is a place where our community gathers and where they can find the information they need. We also regularly refer folks to the table's community navigators, where they can receive one-on-one assistance connecting with local services. We encourage and support the development of community by encouraging community members to pitch a program, where a community volunteer runs the program itself, and the library provides the space and the marketing support. The library supports collaboration and municipal partnerships and delivers efficient and effective library service. By participating in the Union Library System, each of our member municipalities pays 50 to 60% of what they would if they were to set up and run their own library system, and also receives better services as a result. The library and library services are appealing and support affordability for new and current residents. Many new cardholders in the past year have reported that they have just moved to the area and are getting a library card as one of their first stops on moving into the community. In 2023, we had over 1,000 new members, which is the highest it's been since we started tracking that particular number in 2019. Library services cost the individual taxpayer $26 to $35 per person each year, and the average cardholder borrows 30 items per year. So that's $450 saved over purchasing that material themselves. The next slide, please. So the library relaunched our volunteer program this past year with an average of 110 hours contributed each month. Volunteers deliver books, provide tech tutoring, and are reading buddies, among other tasks. New programs launched in the past year include Indigenous Reads, a new book club focused on reading works by and about Indigenous authors, facilitated by a volunteer from the Lanark County Neighbors for Truth and Reconciliation, and Reading Buddies, which is a volunteer-based one-to-one reading program for primary students, which replaces our School Year Owls tutoring program. And we also participated in the award-winning Lanark STEM program, which provides 75 hours of STEM programming for library in Lanark County with State Fund Robotics. Thanks to a grant from the Prison District Community Foundation. The library revamped the children's section to encourage creative play. And thanks to a grant from the Healthy Communities Initiative, we also installed new gardens and walkways along the canal side of the library building, creating an inviting space that can be used more regularly for programming as well. We also installed a bike exit station outside the library, thanks to a donation from the Friends of the Library. And we recently also completed the second story steel roof repair using funds from reserves. Thanks to a grant from Lanark County Best Start, we've added a toy lending library to our Library of Things collection. By creating a free accessible collection, it allows school children 0 to 6 and all families to have access to high quality materials that promote learning through play and foster a love of learning and literacy. Thanks to a donation from Ray and Elaine Hook, we have also added memory kits to our collection, which are designed to stimulate the brain activity in people experiencing cognitive decline, which includes memory loss and forms of dementia like Alzheimer's. So lending things like toys, sewing machines, Wi-Fi hotspots, and more fosters a circular economy, moving away from mass consumption and accumulation of objects and towards sharing resources and preventing waste, supporting a healthy environment. The next slide, please. So this past year, we updated our strategic plan, or as we call it, our agility plan. It sets out the library's mission, vision, desired outcomes, and priority action items for the next 2 years, from 2024 to 2025. And we will renew this every 2 years. So the purpose of doing that is to ensure the library continues to adapt in response to changing community needs while delivering exceptional programs and services and offering the best possible value for contributing municipalities and library users alike.
We have 4 strategic directions, which you can maybe almost read up there, so I'm going to read them out. The library is more equitable, diverse, inclusive, and accessible. Everyone in the community is aware of the services of the library. People feel connected to the library and have improved quality of life. The library is a hub for social connections and offers programs that meet our community's needs. And finally, the library is funded to meet current and future operational needs. Our funders support the value of library staff and services, and a plan is in place to meet the diverse and growing needs of our community. And the library board reviews progress on that twice a year. Next slide, please. Looking forward ahead, our goals are to continue working with the library's Indigenous Advisory Circle to provide library services for the Indigenous communities in our area and provide education for non-Indigenous peoples to actively engage in reconciliation, to offer programs and services virtually or off-site for our rural residents in particular, such as baby time and community home, satellite and drop-off locations, and promote these to our community. Specifically, this past November, we launched a new satellite library service at the Maberly Hall in Tay Valley Township. This new library service offers pickup and drop-off of library materials and baby time and book club programs. The programs have been well received, and we'll be working to promote the service with a marketing push in September. And we also provide a youth book nook as part of the Axe Youth Center on Rogers Road. We're continuing to track attendance and improving our other statistics to make evidence-based decisions about the library's program offerings. We're working to improve our policies and procedures to improve membership retention and to ensure the library is funded to meet our current and future needs. We are developing a robust fundraising program to raise $60,000 annually and to advocate to the provincial government for an increase to the provincial public library operating grant, which, as many of you know, has remained the same amount each year since the late 1990s. A building condition assessment was completed in 2022. And a maintenance plan incorporated into our 10-year capital budget. In the coming year, we will undertake a community consultation and needs assessment to evaluate the future needs, which may include an expanded or new space to serve our growing community. We will also be updating one of our meeting rooms thanks to donations from our community, and we will be updating the tile on the second floor and replacing part of tile with funds from reserves. Next slide, please. So this chart provides an overview of library expenses. The majority of our expenses is our staffing costs. The library provides excellent service with the library's friendly staff receiving high marks in recent surveys. Our library staff is unionized and staffing costs are subject to negotiated cost of living, step, and benefit increases. We also completed a staff restructuring in 2020 to alleviate staff strain and create clearer roles and responsibilities. This restructuring has definitely improved morale and services, but also we're currently working at or over the capacity. Inflation, of course, has also affected all items. We've also kept contributions to the capital reserve artificially low since 2021 and to the infrastructure reserve since 2017. We've gradually increased these contributions as of 2024. Because of course, in order to maintain our 43-year-old building, we need to continue to do appropriate maintenance and put funds aside for any significant expenses, such as our recently completed roof repair, as laid out in the 10-year capital budget. Next slide, please. So this is an overview of our library revenue. As I mentioned before, the union system is very cost effective. Again, by participating in that system, each of our member municipalities pays half of what they would if they were to set up and run their own library system. However, the funding provided by the 3 municipalities together does not cover the full cost of running the library. Our collections, which are our books, programs, and technology expenses, are currently covered by self-generated revenue, grants, and donations. As of 2022, when comparing hours and funding to other Ontario libraries with a single main branch and serving a population of 15,000 to 25,000, our library is open 4 hours per week less than the average and receives 293,000 less than the average local operating funding. There was a 6% growth in our overall population surge between 2016 and 2021, when we are expecting to see our population continue to grow in the near future. It is very important for the library to be able to meet the expanded demand for services. Next slide, please. On average, our community members visit the library over 100,000 times to use computers, meeting rooms, and borrow over 130,000 books, ebooks, and more each year. One comment from a member of our community: I have always had a library card since a child and felt that the library is one of the main anchors of the community, from children right up to seniors. We are so fortunate to have a wonderful library. The library is an essential community facility because it is a vibrant community hub that brings people together and inspires community connections. It is a place for all ages. Seniors whose only personal contact in a day might be the library staff, children and parents visiting, reading and picking up books together, and teens hanging out after school. And if you're on a limited income, there's significant value in access to technology and books. The library bridges the digital divide by providing internet access, lending out hotspots and laptops and more, and helps people to learn how to use technology through tutoring programs. So thank you very much for your time, especially at such a late hour. And if anyone has any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you. Just before we do that, council, we have a procedural matter to deal with. Under the new revised procedural bylaw, we go to 9:30. So we need a unanimous vote to extend to 10 o'clock. And then that's it, unless there is a unanimous vote to go beyond 10 o'clock for urgent business. So that stated, I leave it to one of you to make that motion, whichever way they want to make it. That's the order.
Mr. Chair, I would like to move that we continue until 10 p.m. tonight, and at that point, review what's left on the agenda for possibly continuing later.
I can tell you, we're not going to get the end of the agenda by 10 o'clock. I promise you that. So I'm happy to entertain any, that's the motion on the floor. Any comment on the motion? Councillor Bolt.
I'm into 16 and a half hours since I started my day, and I think this agenda tonight should have been split into over 2 meetings. Which maybe it's only got way too long.
Wait till
And I'm not going to support going beyond 10.
I would agree with Gary. And that we continue on until 10 o'clock, but at 10 o'clock, we cut it.
That is the
There's too
motion.
much on the agenda.
This is for another time. But if we had a town meeting in July, we would be splitting this in half or more. And just have an extended consent agenda in August. We go through this every time. We can't have it both ways. We always have this problem with the August count.
Do we not have another Tuesday in August we could have met? I thought every month we keep a special Tuesday set aside, so we don't need to meet in July, that was for the staff, and give us sort of a break, but. I agree that this agenda is way too long, there's gonna be a couple of things coming forward, I'm going to ask them before anyway, because it's too important to. Fly through them.
I'm gonna suggest then that we deal with the councillor Woodfield's motion to go to 10 o'clock. And we then at 10 o'clock, we decide when the next town meeting is going to be, if you want to call a special town meeting in August.
So this must be passed unanimously,
Yes,
so Councilor Bolt votes against it all, but.
I'll call the question on running to 10 o'clock. Those in favour?
I'll support going to 10 o'clock.
Okay, that's passed unanimously, so we run till 10 o'clock. The next question I ask is anybody going to make a motion to take the rest of, because we're not going to complete what we do with the rest of the agenda? Councillor Woodfield.
Chair, I would like to move a motion that we move the motion pertaining to grants to others to the next item in the agenda. And I would like to see that particular discussion take place at the time we have left tonight. The public is expecting this discussion tonight. It's an important one. I'm sure there are people online, there are people physically here in chambers. And looking at the rest of the agenda, in my opinion, takes top priority.
Okay, pull that question quickly. That's the motion before now. No. The motion on the floor now is that we. I'm sorry, I've lost my train of thought now. Yes, that we bring the grant swallows forward to after we've asked questions. for the delegation. That's the motion on the floor. I'll call it. Those in favour? Yes, passed unanimously. In the meantime, we'll look for a date. Pay for this, the resolution, we'll talk about that afterwards. So, questions, please.
So Eric, I met one of the ministers at Able 4 or 5 years ago, Mayor Fanning and I, we said, you need to fund the libraries. It just seemed to be no. The answer is no. We get what you're getting. Is there an ability of all of the libraries in Ontario to get together and start a campaign? Or maybe it's been done to approach every single municipality with some kind of pressure on the provincial government wants to throw all the city. Chip in some more money here, we all know we should be doing it.
There is a provincial wide advocacy plan and push in place amongst all the libraries across Ontario to do exactly that. And I believe the town of Lincoln actually forwarded a specific motion to all Ontario municipalities at the end of February of this year. So perhaps I can follow up with staff to make sure that or related motion from our library comes forward to this council for that provincial advocacy.
Thank you.
Worship.
So one of the secrets of success in today's ever-changing world is successfully adapting to change, and it appears that you have done it very well. Maybe we should take you on as a consultant. In particular, reading a biography of Fred Rogers, Mr. Rogers' neighborhood. And one of the points that he made is that parents back in the 50s used to treat their children as if they were just short adults. And you have to treat them in a manner that they will understand. Well.
Thank you. Councillor Wolfield, you have the motion. So it's great.
Moved by myself, as recommended by the committee of the whole, be it resolved that the council of the town of Perth hereby receive for information delegation from Erica Eastman, Chief CEO, Chief Librarian, Perth and District Union Public Library, as presented at the committee of the whole meeting on August 6, 2024.
Thank you. That's the motion on the floor. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you very much. Move on now. Director Burns is available. Grants to others.
Grants to others. Right. Just to remind council, the history of this particular topic is that deliberations for the 2024 budget, council agreed in absence of any sense of direction at that time to go with the previous year's, the 2023 budget, and carry it forward in its entirety. You did, however, make the request during those deliberations that the grants to others budget be reviewed prior to getting into the budget process for 2025. That was done back in the spring where we brought a report to council, and there's a fair bit of deliberation at that particular point in time. In council, basically came up with what's in the report as the primary option that they wanted to see presented. And so we've gone back and we presented that option as the primary, and we presented some sub options, which, you know, staff discussed and presented for council's consideration here as well. So essentially, we're maxing out the percentage of tax revenue that's dedicated to grants to others, starting at 2.5% and dropping to 2% over a 5-year period. And we're suggesting that individual organizations that get grants in the first year be limited to a 5-year time frame on a declining and balance basis, so there's better predictability for grants for everybody, and that particularly that 20% allows for other charitable organizations in town that haven't had the opportunity to get grant money to apply for it, every year. And so, I think one thing which came up during staff deliberations, is we decided not to limit the grants to others, to charities which were specifically tied to the strategic plan of the corporation. And that was a very important, I think, subcategory to this. So you could say I think it recognizes there's lots of charities in town that do a lot of good work. They don't necessarily all fully align with the strategic plan of the corporation, but they all do good work and should have an opportunity within the envelope to gain some funding. Otherwise, it could easily be so. As an example, the council decided that increasing childcare spots was a strategic direction. They did say they would only put grants to others into charitable organizations that were doing childcare. So we elected not to put that in the primary recommendation, but it is in one of the sub recommendations, not recommended in case council really does want to consider it. We also obviously under the sub recommendations, we said, it could drop to 1% of tax revenue if council really wants to save on it, but that wasn't the recommended. That wasn't what council's direction. We took council's discussion points back in the spring as the direction for the primary recommendation. And that's essentially what's in front of you. That's, I think, all I'll say about it for now.
Councillor Bowles, I wonder if you could read the motion and then we can have discussion.
Second, get it back.
10.9.
Oh, yeah, to put it.
9.6.
Oh, I got it. Okay. As recommended, moved by myself, as recommended by the committee, the whole, be it resolved that the council of the town of Perth approve the recommended process for establishing the miscellaneous grants to others budget for the 2025 and future years as presented in report 2024-10.9.
Thank you. Discussion. Motion.
No.
I have never received as many emails in quick succession as I did this afternoon. Overwhelming support, in particular for the table, but don't make any cuts generally to the organizations that are already there. I would have voted against this motion regardless, and think that we have to support the disadvantaged. But the problem, as always, with everything we do is money. So, last week, Michael told me that because of the building that's going on, because of the infilling, we're almost at 6,000 population. There's more building, there's more people, there's more taxes. So I would suggest, because of those additional taxes, we have adequate funding to carry forward with the grants to others as it stands, and perhaps we need staff to look at another alternative if we wish, but I am voting against this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Warfield.
Thank you, Chair. I have a brief comment statement. I am in favor of retaining grants to others in our town's budget. Society and governments are judged by how we take care of those citizens that are vulnerable and in need. We are a town that prides itself on having heritage and heart. We can look elsewhere in our budget to reduce expenses. I am not in favor of reducing grants to others in our budget. These critical organizations need stable funding. Municipal government has a key role to play in creating a better society and our town. I'm voting against the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Smith.
I liked what the mayor said and what Gary has said as well, and I am going to vote against it as well.
Thank you, Councillor Bolt.
I don't think that the motion or the intent of the motion is to my way of thinking, was ever to say, to target, you know, a specific group like the table or like Yak or whatever. We're just trying to be pragmatic. The whole thing came to the table because we're trying, as a group, to find ways to save money. And the underlying fact that resonates with me every year at budget time is it's not who we give the money to, it's the amount of money that we as a corporation give out compared to even to the county of Lanark. We're more generous than any other township or town in the area. We're almost as much as given out by the whole county of Lanark. And that's the part that was driving home the fact that, well, maybe this is an area we should be looking at. That said, I support, I will support the motion. In fact, I'd like to suggest that perhaps what we should be doing when it comes to grants to others is paying the amount that we put out at where it's at now until the end of this term of council. And if the next term of council wants to take another look at it, that's fine. But I would also, if I could, ask Mr. Hart if, in fact, is there an organization of food banks within Ontario that you belong to? There is. So the natural question I would have, just as we were asked a question of the library. You mentioned in your presentation that there's no money from federal, there's no money from provincial. Why wouldn't your association get together and ask communities like Perth to bring something maybe to AMO and put forward a suggestion through AMO that it's high time that the province and the federal government started looking at food banks. We all know how important it is. We're all a part of this problem. We should all be participating in, not just the town of Perth. My recommendation is to amend the motion and suggest that we leave our funding exactly where it is at the end of the term of this council and let the next council decide if they want to.
Thank you. I've been a bit remiss regarding bylaws and protocol. Placards aren't allowed within the chamber. You have been very polite and quiet, and I appreciate your cooperation. It's just as we're coming up to a vote, it might be appropriate. Thank you. Any other comments? Thank you, Councillor Craig.
I just want to remind everyone, I'm in a position of a conflict of interest because I'm a fundraiser for the table, so I won't be able to vote.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other comment? Okay, I'll call the question. Those in favour of the motion as it stands.
Can we read the motion again, so we know what it is?
Six.
Or I just read it right now.
Oh, it's the same one.
Yes, nothing's been changed.
Okay, all right.
Okay, I call the question. Those in favour? Those against? Okay, the motion is defeated. And you have something to say, but I have a follow-up question.
Sure.
Is there anything that is timeline sensitive financially that needs to be addressed tonight?
You mean in my reports?
Yes.
Yeah, actually, most of them.
12, 15 standards.
So just to clarify, I understand the motion's defeated. That means the grants to others discussion goes to the budget discussion in the fall.
Almost good.
Right, and gets re-examined at that point in time.
Yeah.
Right.
You're not gonna get.
No, but I mean, there's no direction on the actual.
Well, the rest of others hasn't changed in 10 years, so I
Oh,
don't want to waste my time or budget time.
so,
Okay, if we can keep it through the chair, we can talk about it in the last few minutes here. Is there one that you want to particularly get ahead on the floor?
certainly the infrastructure Ontario loan document, the bylaw needs to be approved.
Okay. Cheers.
Can I just jump in? I agree that there's that one and there's a whole bunch of other, we have tenders and contracts that are waiting to be awarded. Everything has to wait till August 27th for the council meeting anyway. Can I just suggest to council that we cut it off here and start fresh, perhaps next Tuesday night with the balance of the reports
Aren't we in April?
that we have for any.
On the week after.
I'm not here next week, that's why. We have if there's any questions. Like the loan application bylaw needs to be approved for Infrastructure Ontario to
Okay, so which one is that? We'll get it on the floor.
Second.
Sir, Mr. Diego, was there a time limit from the letter, to the letter from, the council support? Is there a time limit? I don't remember.
No, there was not.
Is that 1014, the application to Ontario infrastructure?
I have it as PAL 10 and 17, but yes.
17. Okay.
Yeah, it's 1014 on the agenda.
1014, and that is Councillor Bolt, if you could get that.
Happy to. Moved by myself, as recommended by the committee of the whole, be it resolved, the council of the town of Perth pass bylaw number 51XX to one, approve the submission of an application to the Ontario Infrastructure and Lands Corporation for the long-term financing of capital works of the corporation of the town of Perth, and two, authorize the mayor and clerk to enter into a rate of offer letter agreement with the Ontario Infrastructure and Lands Corporation as presented in report Cal 2024-10. Dot 17.
Any people ready? Any questions? Seeing none, questions on the floor, those in favour? Passing unanimously.
The other one is the Canadian Community Building Fund Association. That's, I have it PAL 10.7, which probably means it's like fire.
Objection to that? Yes. And that is yours, Councillor McGray.
I'm just trying to find it here.
10.7.
The
10.7.
one,
10.4 on the agenda, 10.7.
So it's Mayor Brown.
yeah, it's not mine. It's Judy Brown, it's Mayor Judy Brown. You're talking about the Canadian Community Building Fund? You want me to read it?
No, it's Mayor Brown.
Okay. Ready for the floor?
Mayor Brown? Yeah.
I move by myself, as recommended by the committee of the whole, we have resolved that the council of the town of Perth pass bylaw number 5.1X, to authorize the mayor and clerk to sign an agreement for the Canada Community Building Fund with the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, AMO, as presented in the report Cal -2024 -10.7.
You all read it, motions on the floor, call the question, those in favour? Thank you, unanimous. That's it, good night. And, very formal bit.
Mr. Chair, before you adjourn the meeting, this next Tuesday night, work for council. Except for Gary.
Yes.
How much time do you think it'll take to finish what we did?
And somebody, questions you ask, it all takes an hour. Give Amanda and Jason time to prep motions and the agenda. We don't know what will be on the consent agenda and what will.
So we get a special motion to approve all motions.
Motions bias.
But you have to know, man, how we did it in the county where we had to meet the same night and we just passed it an hour later.
We do that.
This is something you guys have to work.
It is possible. It would just take a little bit more of a format, the consent agenda. But as long as you're willing to entertain that.
I'm just thinking, so Derek, weird, all.
Yeah,
I only heard part of the conversation, but
So normally we meet next week and give staff a couple weeks to get their consent agenda finished and all the motions on
Right.
things. Sometimes the county council, for different reasons, we have a Cal meeting and ask for motions and then right after. That's when we pass this thing over and so staff. I didn't know, but we're going by.
But does that work for you? You said you wanted more informational things. Was it approved by us?
Maybe people do that, you guys at the time.
Does that work for council to meet on the 27th in advance of the, or have a Cal meeting at 5:30 on the 27th, and then have the council meeting at 7 or whenever the council's over?
sure.
Sounds nice.
Okay,
Okay, and so then, and next regular committee of the whole, Tuesday, September 10th, chaired by Councillor Bolt. Can I have to Councillor Cray, the adjournment, motion for adjournment, please?
That committee, the whole meeting held on August the 6th, 2024, adjourned at 9:54 PM.
Thank you.